Alright, so I suppose I'll keep talking here about donated blood. It's fine, I guess. Yeah, I have no energy. Feel very depressed today. Today is one of those days that I really need somebody to be with me, or some cannabis or something. Just can't fucking do that shit, man. I am so wiped, and there's no way I'm going out front tonight to talk to anybody or do any of that. No ahs. Okay, it's just, I can't do it. Just, yes, you can. Yeah, I could. I just. Where the fuck is my 4-ACO DMT? And how come I haven't received any fucking information on it? 2 days ago. 2 fucking days ago, man. I have to pretend like I don't care. To pretend like it's not affecting me. Pretend that I'm okay. Pretend. Fucking pretend. What the fuck is in that? Was there something in it before, and now I'm basically cold turkeying? What's going on here is what I want to know. What caused the downshift in my mood? Let's see here. I guess I'll go out, get some, go to Fry's or I don't know, something. Yeah, I just want to. You know, this is gonna sound weird, but like, I want to hold somebody and then throw them, and then like tackle them on bed, and then just fucking lay there with them. Does that sound strange? Because that's kind of what I feel like doing. Just like fucking hug you and then throw you onto the bed and then fucking we're hugging there now. Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? I think there are too many people that are melancholy today. We need to pump up the tunes, I guess. Maybe hit a little bit extra on the exercise bike today, or whatever it is, you know. If you've got your cannabis, you know, vape it up. But if you have 4-ACO DMT, I want to take that so bad. I want to have a refresh. I need a defrag on my damn brain and a refresh to what my perspective is. Because right now my perspective is clouded. My ego is gaining and waning. And I have no one, and all of my fucking aloneness is just killing me so slowly. And I just can't do it. Like, it feels like I just can't do it. I just feel like I want to just destroy something just to feel something again. But that's an unhealthy behavior, you know? And plus, it's not the feeling I want to feel. You know, I want to feel okay again. I want to feel happy with somebody. That warm, lovely glow I used to get whenever I'd feel that love with somebody. So pure. I loved it. It was in my head, in my heart. Being able to trust. Problem is, I shouldn't have trusted certain individuals. And ultimately, you guys decided to expose me to them, so I'm not going anywhere. The only reason why I wasn't fucking taken in at any point was probably because of 2016, which they're fucking huge and have a shit ton of money and connections, and I feel like I can't do anything. Like, I can't null and void the contract because I made that, or contract, or deal, or whatever, but I made that, and I know that that particular path means that I have so many opportunities to change the world. But I don't feel right. I don't feel happy. I feel alone, unwanted, unloved. But that's me, you know. But your friends, why not talk to them? Try and set up appointments, because it's not really gonna change the right now. You know what I mean? What I need is something right now. Not a friendly visit for an hour in a couple of days. You know? I miss that feeling of hanging out, being intimate, even if it all wasn't really there. Really realizing more and more how much damage she fucking did. And truthfully, at this goddamn point, I'm like, let's have her have a little humility. Let's have her have to take on some issues. But at the same time, like, that's my vindictiveness. You know, that's my... I just want to see someone get hurt to try and make me feel better. And I don't feel better afterwards. So I know it's useless to me. Might be for somebody else to do, but to me it's just screaming at a brick wall. All you do is hurt your own ears and throw out your fucking voice. I don't know why I can't feel what's there with you. I don't know what the hell they're giving me in those supplements. Could be nothing, could be something. I don't know what's going on. And that's the truth. Honestly, it feels like an antidepressant or lithium. And I don't know what it is. Truthfully, I really don't know what it is. Or if it is just like there was already something in the supplement and now I'm waning, or what's going on. But I hope to feel a little better tomorrow. I need to go to the DES building and go do that, basically. You know, go through the interview, hope that the person's nice, sees that I've wrote that I have that mental illness, and yeah, it doesn't take more than 3 hours, 3.5 hours. What? Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a reason why you get there early. I know you want me to keep going to this Phoenix Symphony, not sympathy. Um, I have no money, so it's just not gonna happen. All the money I have is gonna be spent. I need to go sell things to get money, but I don't know. Why not work with Matt? You can try and help him. I don't know. Matt seems like a good guy. Seems like he's trying to reach out. Definitely seems like he has an issue currently going on. I want to help him, but I can't even help myself right now. And it's a bit strange to try and talk to I've never had a conversation like that. How do you have a conversation to an individual that, has their business, is doing all that? Um, like how do you talk to someone like that? Like into the idea of like, hey, do you want me to help you out? Maybe get commission or something like that? I don't know. And the last I checked, he was trying to sell sunglasses. And I'm not sure how that went. He spent like $5,000 just as the investment. Like $5,000 to me is a lot of money. Like more money than I ever make. Like, let's put it this way. I never even made $5,000 when I did work as a dishwasher for like 4 or 5 months or something like that. I still didn't make $5,000. So, yeah, that's a lot of money to me. And truthfully, I'm not sure if like I should get mixed up into it because, he has his issues. Um, and I just get the feeling like maybe he might not want to listen, or I don't know. I'm just assuming things. I really should sit down and talk to the guy, hear his side of the story. I did just sort of only believe Sue and then ghosted him. Why can't you just be here in the room with me? Damn it. Like, you're hiding a deep pain, very deep pain, and I want to help you so bad through it. This constant longing, melancholy, hide your feelings, say that I love you, but I can feel what's going on in there. You're having a pretty shit day too. Although I think it was kind of started as a result of me starting to say I wasn't feeling good. Which I'm sorry. Didn't mean to make you feel bad because I'm feeling bad. Let's everybody calm down. Talking has started to make me feel better. Go for another walk, maybe? You want to do Goodwill? Not really. Been to a lot of Goodwills. I keep seeing stuff I want to get, and I'm like, I don't have money for that. I don't have money for this. I don't have. That could be cool. Like, fuck. Well, why don't you take the money and instead of spending it on drugs, you invest into it? I'm like, well, see, that's the thing. Like, what do I invest in? What do I sell? What was the capital interest? What the shipping is and all this, which I did. Okay, so there was a question on Reddit. I'm not sure if you guys were that or if you heard me or not, so I'll repeat what my answer was to like how to get drugs across Mexico, in which case they literally just said, why not just have them be legal precursors to what you're going to make? That way it doesn't matter it coming over the border. It's completely legal. It might be a powdery substance. They might need to test it, but it's still legal. You still get to keep it. Move on. If not, it's not worth it to protest and just, go back and get something more. Truthfully, there's always like being able to do that just in the United States, you can do that. But I don't know what the precursors are. And here's the thing: what I mean by this is, so you get them together, and it should be the final step to whatever it is. Should be very simple to make it. And this is the actual difficult part, because you can technically buy literally all the precursors to the exact medication or whatever it is, and because they don't allow people to know how to make this substance, then you have to kind of figure it out on your own, which means you need a rather extensive background in chemistry, which is difficult. So I always was like, well, what's the be all end all? Like, what are to the point where all one would have to do is put the ingredients in some solvent or whatever it is, and then heat it up, leave it alone. Double boiler or crock pot, something like that, and then at the end, you get your product, right? It's kind of like the whole DMT people do it. But in this case, it'd be for medications. The problem is that those fuckers are expensive as hell. Precursors to any medication are expensive. Then the enzymes and everything else, like, it all becomes expensive. And the only reason why I'm suggesting this whole thing is because I remember an article on Vice or something about these biohackers that were led by this one guy that ended up dying in a sensory deprivation tank. But anyways, their team came up with a way to synthesize like certain opioids or certain things like that to help people get their medication without having to spend so damn much money on getting their medications. Now, granted, it's really only for people that are comfortable with that, so that's one of the things. But the principle is the same. It's like there are certain medications that are just fucking ridiculous or locked down behind a patent wall, and truthfully, the only thing stopping for your average individual from making their own medication is there's like these big giant steps, it feels like, when I feel like most of these medications can be consolidated and simplified for the most part. But of course, it's so difficult because you need like this thing to do this thing to have it's difficult because it's hard to reverse engineer and simplify a chemical reaction. There's a reason why there are many prominent chemists that are basically their entire job is to do that. Try and figure out how to make a chemical process cheaper and easier, So yeah, it's difficult. It would have to be up to you guys. If you can't just straight get the precursors or anything like that, and be able to do that, then Mexico has many different ways, but the standard, people are usually more surprised about this, but it isn't usually the drug tunnels, it isn't usually immigrants, it isn't usually any of that. It's more often than not a person who swallows a bunch of condom-filled balloons, basically, and shits them out. Like, they'll drive across the border, they'll do whatever, but they got themselves filled, Yeah. There's a reason why they stopped doing as many of the airport stuff, because airport personnel would, scan them a little more or whatever. But I still think it happens pretty often. Like, and that's the method that has been used for a very long time. because trying to hide it by taping it close to your body isn't going to work anymore. You're going to get felt up, you're going to get scanned, it's just not going to happen. Hiding it in a package in any of your on-board luggage or under luggage isn't going to happen. That shit gets scanned and sifted through a lot more than you think. So, although there is something to be said about oblong pills that are in a Tylenol bottle. Seriously, I went flew over to California and had like a giant bottle of Kirkland acetaminophen. This was on my trip to see my older sister Amber for the first time, since she was living out in California, and she had another boyfriend back then, Nima. He and I kind of bonded a little bit over the fact that I said, the pain doesn't matter how much you take, it never goes away. And he said, yeah, tell me about it. And then later, I didn't know this at the time, but he was on pretty strong opioids that were prescribed to him by his father. And he became an addict. He was shooting up. That's how my older sister found him. And that's why they decided to break up. Which I respect her for that. But I also know that it's completely her decision on what she's comfortable with, But, Nima was a fairly nice guy. But he was definitely a product of the opioid crisis in the beginning, and that was early or mid 2000s, mid to late 2000s, somewhere around there. But the point remains is that, something that looks innocuous is going to test innocuous. It's not going to be, if it's like an actual medication for yourself that's just cheaper across the border, then as long as it isn't a amphetamine or an opioid or something along those lines, they don't really care too much. That's kind of how that goes. And it's not because, they would care more. No. It's because there's a huge market of tourists that go across borders to get certain medications that they can't get in America, and they can get a prescription pretty easily from these doctors, and then all they have to do is show the script to the Border Patrol agent. This is why I got this, and they can sometimes keep it. Is usually not opioids anymore, if I remember correctly. I get the impression that kind of just stopped happening. But the point is that it's possible to do this and get cheaper medication that way. It's still the same medication, but because Mexico, or in this even Canada, they have universal health care, it's not as inflated to the point. It's still going to be more expensive than if you were to get insurance and all this, because ultimately it's not exactly, it's a gray area, so you're going to pay for that gray area. Although it's technically cheaper for some things, it really depends. But that's my spiel on that. I need to pee so bad. Yep. So, the only reason why I know this is thanks to a documentary on Nat Geo that went over the taboo market of overseas medication, or something like that, where it basically follows either a hidden camera. They go to a doctor, they pay for that, and then they pay for extra to get the prescription to be able to go across borders with the medication. Yeah. So if you're planning on that, Still possible. You'd be surprised. It's usually like the very first towns too that really specialize in it, because tourists in quotation marks really don't want to travel that far into Mexico. They just want to get their medication, go back. Yeah, but that was early 2000s, most likely. So yeah, I doubt that that's a thing anymore. I wouldn't doubt that there's definitely been some changes to legislation and how things get moved across the border, but I wouldn't doubt that if it's medication that isn't opioids or an amphetamine of some kind or something along those lines, it would probably be okay to have it come across the border, even if it isn't. Even if it isn't, so you probably won't be able to get away with anything that's in a syringe. They'll probably confiscate that. And then if they don't really, they're more than likely not going to care if you're, the right skin color, and if it's just in there in your thing. It's not like they can sniff out core 338 or 388. They're not trained to sniff that out. So yeah, it's possible to be able to do these things. And it's one way for drug dealers to become a legitimate business. Oh, we just sell the precursors. You guys are the ones that make it. There's an online thing, that way they can make it for themselves. They find that, they go to these shops. Shops are legitimate money. They're money laundering more than likely at this point, but it doesn't really matter. Because then it gives the option for drug dealers to become legitimate and utilize that money for the better. To try and stop drug trade, So, what? Really? I don't know. At this point, I don't know. But the point is it's a thing that one could do. I don't know if it'd hurt. I don't know if it'd help. But it's a thing one could do. It's up to the risk rewards of everybody else involved and what they feel like they want to do. Personally, I don't see the risk of just getting the prescription that big of a deal, or buying the precursors in state or in country, and then just do it yourself. You'd be surprised at how many different types of research chemicals there really are out there in chemical shops, because ultimately those suppliers also supply pharmaceutical companies. Now if you're doing this, you really, and I do mean really, you probably should have something stating that you are, such and such kind of person and is investigating whatever. If you're going to try and bulk order or anything like that, they probably won't care too much about small stuff going to a random individual. But if that small stuff becomes repeated and then it grows, that's a significant red flag. So it started off small, and then they got a repeat order. Okay, whatever. And then they get another repeat order, and then another repeat, and then the repeat orders for a larger order this time, and you get what I'm saying? It's suspicious activity, so you have to be careful there. That's where having multiple pseudonames and everything else and different bank accounts and credit cards allow for you to be able to purchase from multiple locations, so on and so on. But that's fraud, and if you get caught, you will go to jail incredibly fast, and they will discover you extremely fast. So it's really best to, instead of having a bunch of different pseudonyms all going to one person, you instead have a whole bunch of persons spread out through everywhere, all working together on that. That way you minimize risk, and one goes down, the others aren't going to get fucked. And you can keep amounts low, and you can rotate the person sitting in the area. So it could be rotated through however many individuals. I would say up to 20 or more individuals that get rotated, their names that order this one substance, and then so on. This would be for if you wanted to do that. I am not suggesting anybody does this. These are my thoughts on the matter, and what possibly, I expanded from the whole getting drugs across Mexico into the whole, wide field of it all. Like, you'd be surprised at how that's probably going on already, to a degree. We just don't really realize it, because there are also other entities at play that more than likely get helped by this. So, at your own risk, these are my thoughts. I don't suggest any of it, but you asked, so there you go. She cut and run with all the money. It'd be surprising if all that money was able to be tracked, slowly siphoned out. I might just give authorization to do that. Because I can hear her being like, I have all the money in the world, I don't give a fuck. And I'm like, is that to help the cause, or is that to just be all the money you stole? You didn't steal it, huh? It was a collective pool for everybody, and you know it. That shut her up real bad. They can apparently siphon money from you. That's up to you guys and what you want to do on that. It really is. I am remaining neutral to this. Perfectly neutral. I'm not going to say one thing or the other on it. Now, my dad made pizza. It smells good. You ever have those frozen pizzas that smell good? But you try and eat, and then you literally can't eat more than a few slices because it feels like your heart's about to explode because of all the salt. Just me? Yeah, I used to be a salt fiend. Like, it was salt, sugar, and more sugar. That's literally all I had for most of my calories growing up. And I have a pretty shit body, truthfully. Yeah. Sugar and salt. Like, there's a Netflix documentary about, I think it's called Sugarland or something like that, or The Truth About Sugar or something. But it's a really eye-opening documentary that shows how sugar lobbied. It's a huge fucking business that lobbied to basically keep adding more and more sugar into more and more things to keep getting more money. All while knowingly putting out information that was false about how fat was bad for your heart, when in reality it was actually really good, or not really good, but it was not negative. And in fact, it was sugar that caused massive damage to the heart, the brain, the lungs, the kidneys, and, well, not lungs, but I don't remember. But yes, it was detrimental to the body, increased higher obesity rate, increased problems more with your dental hygiene, and ultimately your like cavities, worn down enamel, stuff like that. That would be pretty darn crazy, truthfully. Where was I going with that? You're out of it today, dude. I know I am. I just want someone to make me feel good about myself. It's just weird to say. But hey, men have that feeling too. Men want to feel wanted and sexy for their woman, That really helps set the mood. It's like if you don't feel that your significant other is feeling good about your body or your image or whatever's going on, obviously that lessens everything. So, yeah. I'm bad for you, but you love my smell. How bad am I for you, for real, though? Like, am I really that bad for people? I feel like a massive jerk. Anyways. Yeah. So just talking seems to have helped. It was good. Helps process the emotions, for sure. I do have some just general, I don't know what to call it even, truthfully, at this point. It's just like my feelings are kind of all over, and they're all kind of negative too. They're all over the place, and they're all kind of negative, and I just don't really like it, What am I thinking about? I'm thinking, honestly, about cutting contact from her for the next few days. Just for the next, I don't know how many days, but I'm not going to be listening to her for the next few days. No, you don't get to be incredulous about that. I listened to you exclusively for like the last 2 weeks. Alright? Fact is, we've hit a roadblock. You need to work on yourself. If you want to listen to me, that's fine, but ultimately, go fucking work on yourself. I'm going to be over here listening to somebody that actually seems to care for me and genuinely loves me to a degree or something, but is just more positive. It's a more positive force in my life than anything that you happen to be, alright? Or even happen to be back in the day, alright? There might be rose-colored glasses for some of the wonderful moments, but the vast majority of our time together was spent arguing and you fucking doing shit to me. And you keep wanting to be like, oh, you're salty. Like, It's not even salt at this point. It's just wrong what happened. And nobody really feels like they need to take any blame for it. When in reality, or feel any remorse. And at that point, I'm like, fuck you. You should. The fact that you don't is actually a problem. Straight up. You just don't have emotions. That needs to get fixed. You wouldn't have done these things if you were in a good place, and I know that, but that doesn't necessarily make your actions right at all. So, you want me to get salty? I can lay into you for a good fucking few hours about how shit was wrong. But I don't do that because it doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't. But yes, I'd rather have this group of friends and this person that seems to genuinely care for me than your stank ass and negativity being directed towards me, how everything is my fault that happened to you, and everything that you're doing towards me is a result of some excuse. Not gonna fucking deal with that shit. I dealt with that with my fucking mom, and guess what? That ain't happening either. So, I'm not kicking you out or anything, but I'm not talking to you, and I'm certainly not listening to you. This is all going to be directed, that's right, to them. I understand you made your confession. I don't care about it. Alright? You can try and get me to see it from your perspective right now. But your actions, and your continued actions, are pervasively not good. And you need to reflect upon that. And constantly listening to me, trying to tell you you're so good or whatever, isn't gonna fucking help. What you need is serious alone time away from absolutely everybody. Just, yeah. And no, I'm not gonna say stop to anybody that starts fucking with you. And I'm not gonna say, oh, it's so bad that you lost all your money. I'm not going to feel bad about that either. That's your reaping of what you sowed. Like, it's not all to blame. I still went along with it. I still continued to perpetuate problems. I still egged it on. Yes, I will take my share. But your continued path of destroying me over time, slowly, and your continued lack of remorse are very indicative of an individual I don't want anywhere near me or my life. Now, to you that seems to care, to those that seem to care, thank you for trying to help me out. I really appreciate it. I am starting to feel some stuff from you. You're starting to feel a little better. I'm starting to feel better. It's weird how fucking in sync we are today. It's very weird. Is it? Like, is it that weird? Or is it not that weird? I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, so it's not necessary. Like, weird is just life. Life, technically, if you think about it, doesn't even make sense because a plant cell and a fucking regular cell got together, and all of a sudden we have our standard cell with the mitochondria, and the whole thing just randomly fucking happened at one point, and off to the races we went. Life all started from two things getting together and becoming one powerful, powerful thing. Think about that. All life is attributed to that. Bacteria, viruses, mold, fungus, animals, plants, everything that is alive in some capacity started there. That was the original Adam and Eve, as far as I'm concerned. Anyways, so yes, I'm looking for my one to be with to ultimately alter the course of humanity. But that's, later. Ultimately could mean 20, 30 years we start. Like, again, it's not that surprising to me that even small incidences throughout can build up to one major event, and that one major event might be the grand scheme, and then ultimately everything else is fine. You know what I mean? So what am I gonna do? Well, I don't know. I'm not even trying to look. Why not? Because I can't. You know why. You know why I can't. Everything's going to be scrutinized. I don't care. It's like you should care. You really should care. This is not fuck around time anymore at all. There's no fucking around with this. There are serious players that definitely want all of this to stop. And I might have some immunity. That does not mean anybody else does. Yeah. And ultimately, you still get caught doing something illegal or not quite correct. Yeah, you end up having that issue too. Do you really want to just go over to me, hug me? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have no idea what you look like, but you need a hug. Seriously. And I need a hug. So this just works like a win-win. So I don't see the issue here. Well, it's because you don't want to. Yeah, look, I can't bandy that word around. I still like you. I still want to try and get to that point. But you know as well as I do that stuff is currently the way it is. And technically, they don't mind waiting, but they're not going to wait. Yeah. I would dearly love. But see, that's the thing. I don't know who I'm talking to. There's so many of you. And I can feel different things from different people. And I don't know who's who and, what people want and which individuals are, so it might be that the 2016 contract is the person that I am talking that I love, and that it's just all in my head that there's something else, So I don't know. And that's why I want to find somebody. That's why I want somebody to just straight up knock on my damn door. But we all know that's probably not going to happen. We all know that this spy game situation is frustrating. Everybody's trying to spy on everybody and get every bit of information they can. What about that lady that killed that pharmaceutical exec? Don't feel bad about him dying at all. I don't even know what pharmaceutical exec it is. I literally just heard pharmaceutical and executive, and I went, and it was a white old man. I went, yep, that's exactly what I thought. Could be good, could be bad, don't know. Whatever caused that elevation of escalation, to the point where he gets killed is, that's something that I don't really have any say over. I'd like to know what happened there, what was the ultimate argument, what was everything else that was going on, stuff like that. Because you can always turn them. Instead of killing them, you can turn them. You can use them for your own nefarious deeds. Sure, I love the idea of just ending the whole thing, but I'm more of a realist, pragmatic person. Okay. Um, Hurting, killing, all this. We've seen many times in Africa how that just doesn't really work. Using power to install power is just never really that good of a deal for the people. The people get shafted. They get many killed, social structures die. Just ultimately, stuff needs to change much more. To me, it just becomes too, I don't know, messy, too incomplete, too easily corrupted, too not right, you know. But slowly infiltrating, slowly creating more and more people, slowly making it so that way the cure finally starts taking out the cancer. The immune system finally activates to this threat, this virus that is attacking our systems, infecting our minds and bodies, our hopes and dreams. Fuck, I want to just sick every goddamn T cell and everything else I can on you, slowly encapsulating you, breaking you down, getting rid of every last one of you. But there's another way, and it is to turn the immune system into almost a similar form, using the virus against the virus. It infects the host, changes them, thus forces them to do good, releasing positive things into the bloodstream, into the system once more, is no more a deadly virus, but a changed virus that helps. Yes. Thus allowing for the facilitation of growth. Granted, this one over here is more worried about her money being stolen and is currently looking very much into that, but at the same time is trying to wonder whether or not she can try and sell this information to be able to get money back. So if there's a way you can stop that, that would be good. She's very angry right now. I don't know what he fucking yelled. Do you know what he yelled? Anyways. You're to the one that cares for me. I need to come up with something for you. Like an actual pet name or something, so that way I can just address you specifically. You know as well as I do that stuff's messy when you try and tell me something. I want to get the general feeling, and sometimes it might be verbatim and sometimes it's not, because people might say something but there's intention and other meaning behind something, which then muddies stuff, and it's just, anyways. Called you rabbit? Yeah, I did. Do you want to be addressed as rabbit, or do you something else? Which apparently it doesn't matter what I call you. You'll take anything. Naming things sometimes takes me a while, especially when I find it needs importance to it. So, hopefully it comes to me, the right straight thing. can call you love. Wow, you really like that one. You're beaming at it. Alright, love. You're making money moves. You're making shit happen. And I'm proud of you. You're fucking amazing. And you deserve good things to happen to you. I truly am impressed. For whatever that's worth. And I don't know what kind of a day you've had, but I hope that all the little problems you've had today slow down and you're able to work through them and be able to hopefully feel better. Your head's going a mile a minute. I can't get a word. I'm glad that made you feel a little better. I am. I just wish I had some of the function that you did, truthfully. I'm so much a thinker. There's no jobs for someone to just think and to help, you know? Not without serious credentials. I want my body to get healed, and I want my mind to get healed faster. It is definitely not fun, and I really want my psychedelics. So I will most likely be trying to buy up everything I need to get that to work. You know, I think that's my current option to speeding up the process to getting out there and trying to do stuff. I truly believe that that's basically that's my next step. That's my next treatment. Like, that's where I'm stuck at. Until I can figure that out, I am not able to fix anything, you know? Not able to do everything I want to do. Because I could, if I had the money, you know, be able to start selling that stuff, try and use it as an investment to order something else that people want, and then sell a bunch of that, you know, and take care of that, like you're hopefully doing or thinking about, which I don't know what you're trying to sell. Are you doing supplements? You are. That's okay. You know, I didn't even think that you would take it that way when I mentioned, you know, just ordering your own and selling it off like that. Huh. Fucking real impressed. Creative. I have nothing because I don't want to be in competition with you. With an individual that has the drive to do stuff like that, somehow is able to just make it over here and start living by themselves and everything. Like, jeez. Too darn impressed. It's intimidating, honestly. So about the CPTSD post about that person that really likes authoritarian people, but is afraid of them. If you find the right one, that fear goes away, and instead you get that energy and willingness and happiness that can come from it. You just gotta find the right person. And once you do, I feel like, in my opinion, you probably won't have that fear for others. More than likely know when the individual isn't good and should not be intimidated, because you have that person in your life, and hopefully they show you, you know, how to sort of handle those situations. Because of course you deal with them as well as other people, but they of course hopefully won't go too far, or if they do, you're able to talk it through and it doesn't happen. There's nothing wrong with being that intimidated. There's nothing wrong with liking them and feeling sexually aroused by that person. That's what you want. Is ultimately what your brain and body are telling you, is you want that. You just want it to be stable and okay. You don't want it to be wrong. And so you're afraid of getting hurt, I feel. Which is understandable. If you're raised in an environment and constantly have all this love and care and attention, and you see this big difference of a person, big personality, big difference in contrast to what you're used to, then you end up, you're right to be cautious. That's a good thing. That's smart. That's incredibly smart. It means you're listening to your brain and your body. You're being cautious because you recognized how these individuals can manipulate, control, and cause issues. Not help, but cause issues. So hopefully you find the person that's what you want. But you have to be careful, because they need a lot of attention. I hate to tell you that, but they do. Like, they have an ego that needs to be fed sometimes, whether or not it's because they didn't get enough love when they were younger, or if someone hurt them, or if there's other situations going on, or even all of the above. And not everybody is healed enough through that journey to be able to help. You know what I mean? Hopefully that helps you. It took me a little while to think about it, but it wasn't that I wasn't thinking about it. I can't stop ruminating about certain things when when I see someone genuinely have the need. What about the other one that was like, oh, my husband basically, and they're on a journey, and I hate to tell you this, but just because he won't allow for a divorce doesn't mean you have to live with him, and does not mean that you can't get your needs met somewhere else, which could ultimately be grounds for divorce anyways. Fact is, if he's not able to try and help, try and make things better, then and you already feel like you're not compatible, and of course your kids already, like, it just, I hate to say this, but it's going to be a selfish move. It's going to feel like a selfish move, but in reality, it's a move that's for you and the people that are also in your life that will hopefully get help. Like your kids, if they might get, after all is said and done, maybe he calms down, maybe it gets worse, but ultimately courts usually decide with the mother. So you can make it so, um, yeah, he gets only visitation or whatever it is. Just make sure you film ahead of time. And I do mean this because you've already stated you want a divorce. Film him saying he doesn't want a divorce. Film him doing these abusive actions towards children or you or however you say that. That's evidence to use in court. I know that sounds like snitchy and whatever, but quite frankly, that's good for you because it'll allow you to show to the judge that this individual has these issues that need to be worked out with. You don't feel comfortable with your kids doing XYZ or whatever with them. It's just, it's going to take time, multiple months probably, or up to a month, and you have to find someone else. So that means blatantly, and I do mean blatantly, looking for somebody else. He's going to get jealous. He's going to try and make amends. Quite frankly, it's up to you whether or not to give him a benefit of a doubt. If you truly think that he could change that quickly, do that. But personally, to me, I think people have to be away from each other for a little bit to realize the whole picture sometimes. Hope that helps. Yeah. As for your brother and everything else, like that's all messy. I can't really suggest anything outside of what you're looking for. I would never put that on to Reddit either because it's telling someone what to do, really, more or less. And it could be misconstrued, and then I end up getting like a beyond, whatever else talking to me. That's not the right thing to do. Clearly, conservative individuals, clearly that the wife should just shut up and please her man and blah, 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 or clearly X, Y, Z, or all these other things, when in reality it's a messy situation that needs a lot of different people to make it work. And it's going to be a lot of work on your part. So yeah. To the friends out there, fuck guys, girls, I hope that you're doing well. I do. I'm not going to order you around, but I do hope that you are doing well. What's going on with your guys' life? Seriously. Like how was school? How was work? Was it good? Was it bad? Did Jenny fuck up in class today? Did Keith do something wicked in the fucking gym locker? What's going on? Just wicked. I don't know. Or what happened with Karen at the water cooler today this time. That fucking... Anyways. How does he know about the water cooler? And Karen? I don't know, man. Karen and that water cooler have like a significant psychological thing going on. Ain't telling me. I hope that you guys are working hard on your goals. If you're keeping to them. Or if you need some help uh, with changing them, that too, or whatever it is. My neck keeps wanting to pop a lot. It's weird. It's like something's going down. What am I thinking? I think there might be radioactive substances. Maybe. I don't know. I'm still kind of thinking about that science news alert about that compound that turned into some quantum wave state or spin state. And I'm like, is it possible to combine those into multiple, like connect them through superconductivity through like um, a hydrogen-esque, some sort of, superconducting pressurized thing, in between, or sections in between these particular quantum spin states that have up and down and stuff like that. Hopefully it could be kind of like, a transistor, but not. Yeah, I'm just building a regular computer. It's not gonna do what I want it to, doing it that way. I don't know what it could be used for, but something's irking me about it. Something just, like, my brain's fixated on it for some reason. Like, you're not telling them, or you're not getting what I'm trying to tell you about it, because it does this and this and this. And I don't even know what this and this and this is, you know? Brain's trying to tell me it. It's trying to figure it out. It can be used for something. I'm just not sure what yet. Or at least the concept can be used for something. Something like that. So, love, what are you up to right now? Really? You're gonna edge yourself like that? It's not like they don't hear about my ass or anything else like that going through after I went and was real talk raw for a while there about certain things. I can bring up other people doing things, I think. You know. Besides, it's fine. We all have to feel good. Just talking right now is making me feel good. I just don't have any sexual energy at all today. I don't know why. Like, it's all, like, I don't know if it's hormones. I don't know what it is, but it's off. And I don't like it. Especially when, like, 3-4 days ago, I was just on, like, just straight up on. Yeah, there's a reason why I don't like amphetamines, because the amphetamines will give me that just, I need to do the sexy time. And then afterwards I need to do it again, and then afterwards I need to do it again, and, like, yeah, maybe not so much. And then now it's along the lines of, like, man, I don't even feel like looking at it. I mean, all of it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even a little bit, because it's not you, and it's not this person that I want to feel love with. So it doesn't matter. Just not the same. Like, once you get the idea in your head of this other individual that likes you and loves you and has this connection, and you're sharing, and it's all for each other, just something else, but I might have been on something. Well, I definitely was on cannabis, but yeah, I might have been on something else. I want my cannabis so bad. I really do want my cannabis. It's a mood stabilizer for me, at least a lifter. And the thing is that I don't, you know, I can be it throughout the day, and then I can just not have it. But I never like to use it in serious situations or serious topics of discussion and I feel like that's all I ever do is seriously talk about stuff and never really reveal some of the other silly stuff that I kind of keep to myself. Um, because it just doesn't come up in my head as often, and I feel more afraid to bring it up than anything else. Um, yeah. I want to get that candle that was in Goodwill. It smelled really good. I don't know how much it was, but it smelled really good, and I kind of wanted to have it in here. Yeah. That's not really what I want, though, is it? But I really want you, though, love. I really want that love, love. You know what I mean? What about the others? They're allowed to join in. They're just like this is weird to say, but you ever have like that whole you my main one, you are my end girl, you're the one for me. That's what I'm looking for. And these other individuals are just to have fun, you know? It's not that we can't have fun and we can't do what we want and have the time of our lives, you know? Every so often, if we wanted to bring something else, that's the option there. Or if you don't want to do that, that's true too. Apparently, it seems like you're open to the idea, but not obviously to crazy. You know what? That might be the right context for her. Because, like, you're not a nice girl, love. You're not. She is. She is. She's a nice girl, but not you. And by that I mean, you know, what a nice girl will do. You were trying to do some things, and I think stuff got misinterpreted, misspoken, you know. And of course, I also fucked up, did my own thing, technically. And so, yeah, I have to own up to that too. But it wasn't trying to do anything to hurt you or cheat or anything like that. I just saw another individual that was hurt and kept wanting to talk. And now I'm seeing more and more the real person behind the mask. Just like with you. The false exterior that you put yourself into. I want to break down, delve into your mind, really makes you tick. Which to me is a compliment. It's very rarely I find another individual interesting enough for me to be like, yeah, you know, I really want to spend the time to get to know this person on a really deep level. You know? Like actually invest the time and effort and energy into finding out about this person. You know, like I'm pretty superficial in that, like I'll act nice and I'll listen to you and I'll remember things for later and stuff like that, but I don't want to go too deep, you know, I don't really want to share some of those deeper things. I don't do that to just anybody. Um, so me opening up to all of you is one of the reasons why. Which is the thing, like I'm able to do to this phone that I'm recording to, and in my head I'm doing this, but in reality I am not. Like nothing's changed. That's what feels like. That's what it feels like. Nothing has changed in my situation. I'm doing the same thing I was 2 fucking weeks ago, even though back then I felt, or however, like a month and a half ago now, and even back then I wasn't feeling super great, and now like I'm feeling better, and I feel like I've got more of this going on, but my situation hasn't changed, Would I move in with you? Yeah, but that's probably not a good idea. Um, just because I need to, you know, you're okay. You're starting to come up with like, you can do this, you can do that. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just come. And I'm like, you're forgetting the whole I can't do anything, right? You're forgetting the whole like I can't just upend and leave. There is no money. I have no idea where you are. None of this, right? Like none of any of this, right? Um, right here with me. Well, thank you for that. Um, just try and stay safe. You know, we've got a journey to go. Who knows? Maybe we'll get together. Maybe we figure it out. Maybe outside forces can converge to make this all happen. You know, that would be wonderful. And as time goes on, I might be able to open up more and more to you and feelings in general. So that's one of the reasons why I'm still recording this. Like, yes, it can be used for everybody, but it's mostly for you. You know, love, it's all for you. It really is. Has been kind of for the start. Although I started off I needed to do something to be able to organize my thoughts and to still be able to talk, because I wanted to talk to my mom. I realized that after she said, like, I just don't want to hang out with you at all, I realized that the only reason why I was even trying to hang out with her was because I just wanted to talk. I didn't want to do anything spectacular or, anything like that. I just needed to be talking and feeling like I was being heard or listened to for the first time. And a microphone that's recording you is obviously listening. So, yeah. What do I want the others to do? The ones that are playful. They can join in, to the whole like edging contest to the Big O at 4:20 on Friday. Which is kind of shitty because I'm gonna be going. It might be better to wait until 8, postpone it, or 7:10, right there, because we're vaporizers. We're all vaporizers, right? Not everybody, but 7:10 is dabbing. After you go to work, you come back home at 6, you wait a little bit, and then you dab at 7:10. That's how that came about. Um, so 710 is now the new relaunch. That's when your big O, no, I was been edging this entire time, I can't take anymore. Like, well, I know you can. You can just tell I've got a giant old smile over you, squirming. Yeah, I almost said that. I love you too, as but you know what I mean when I say that. Um, let's all have a fun time. Men can do it too. There are men that like to do the whole like edging for multiple days because they want to have a bigger load at the end of it. Which for men, yeah, that's a thing. You can edge and get a bigger load if you do it for multiple days and continue your Kegels and pelvic floor exercises, along with sunflower lectin, pagum tree bark powder, and dimena leaf powder. It's actually a really potent combo. I literally don't have an orgasm that doesn't have something that comes out until maybe the fourth one. But that's by that point, like, my like pelvic floor muscles have gotten so tight that they won't actually allow for it to happen. So I've always wondered about like, getting an extremely powerful vibrator and then trying to hit your P spot, like just by putting it in your taint area, and having it travel up into the prostate and also go down the shaft of the penis. So that way it stimulates both at the same time. It'd have to be pretty powerful though. And it would definitely be frequency based, dependent on the individual. So you would need like the ability to adjust not just power, but frequency of the oscillations. So that way, because, everybody's area is a little different. Some prostates are bigger, that means you need slightly different frequency, some smaller, different length of penis and girth, which changes the frequency. Because what you're looking for is that special harmonic frequency. Like when like on Mythbusters back in the day, they had a whole show about how Nikola Tesla had this frequency oscillator that was tapping into the building and it's causing it to collapse or something. But anyways, they got to the point into where they basically explained that's kind of one of the reasons why, like, if you use your voice, you can break glass because you hit a specific pitch frequency that is perfect for it to oscillate in these ever-increasing fashions. So if you can imagine doing something like that for your whole private area, then damn, it would be one hell of a ride. You hit just the right thing and then you're like off to the races. Like every single time it's just one after the other until you literally just can't take it anymore. Which I wouldn't doubt that you could probably do something similar for the whole vaginal clitoral area too. I wouldn't doubt that you could probably stimulate, the uterus in some way, which may or may not be good, but it like you wouldn't know unless you try it. You know what I mean? Like you have no idea what if you were to find a frequency of these particular things within this, and then you find that that's like a special spot that just nobody ever could reach. You know what I mean? Like it just physically wasn't possible, and it was never going to happen. But for some weird trickery or evolutionary something or other, it happens to still be there, that you can still feel this thing. Like there are some women that can feel when their eggs come out of their ovaries, or has been postulated that they do. And it could be that that's something that can be stimulated to such a degree that it's incredibly pleasurable right off the bat, right there. I just imagine that too. Those are the experiments that I feel like are really needed, because self-pleasure is actually something that really needs to be talked about more in America and in general, because it's not supposed to be taboo. It is a pressure point. It is something that helps relieve a lot of stress, helps relieve a lot of things, and if you're not able to even pleasure yourself, like if you can't feel like you're able to pleasure yourself, and you start hating that, then that can also lead to your own like sexual misfunction, thinking that you're just not good enough, or other whatever issues it ends up being, can happen. So proper masturbatory procedure, people need to masturbate at least for men. It's more often than women, but everybody has different libidos and different stress levels and different needs. So really, it's just up to you to determine how frequently you feel comfortable with. And of course, there are individuals that are in the no fap area, and I don't think that that's really healthy, but that's to them. And it could be that they actually just happen to have a dependency on porn or the fantasy of what they're doing. In which case, finally getting off of it, it no longer runs their life, and they spend time doing other things that end up fulfilling them more than what they were doing previously. So that could be the case too. So that sudden energy and feeling good and all that is the fact that they invest time elsewhere that is helping them out, mentally and physically, or whatever the case is. I also imagine that for women like that can't get themselves to have an orgasm, or they're not able to like do that, you might not be doing it right. Like I hate to say stuff like that, but they're like any woman, barring extreme examples, should be able to get themselves to achieve an orgasm. It might take you longer to find your unique, combination to your lock, so to speak, but it's there, and it's possible. Some of you have just some more difficult locks than others. So you got to experiment. You got to try and figure out what's there and what makes you feel like you want to go after it. There's a lot there. Women tend to get shamed, I think, in certain areas of their body and in certain areas of the country about their body, and therefore they start to feel like, if they can't do this, they're inadequate, or if they do this, that they're doing something wrong to themselves, or some sin, or whatever they have guilt towards and a shame towards, which is never a good feeling. That really kills sexual appetite. And the thing is that both men and women can be emotionally satisfied without needing that, but it's not everybody. It is a significant component of a relationship. It can be sticking point. Like, that can be a significant issue. You don't want to, just let it hang there because it's awkward. That's one of those things that you should try your best to nip in the bud as quickly as possible, because it can cause friction incredibly quickly, because it's a very intimate thing, and therefore there are a lot of emotions that are about this thing. There are many, many different emotions, and rightly so. But that also means that it's a lot more important than to some people than it is to others, and people need to communicate their needs and wants appropriately, so that way everybody ends up hopefully getting what they need or want out of the situation, if that makes sense. can tell some of you are already going after some of that stuff. What am I thinking about for you? I'm thinking about, for you, love, I just want to fucking somehow make all the money just to impress you. I don't know why. It's a weird animalistic instinct. Just like, this thing for you, look at all the stuff that we can do with it. But in reality, it's like, that's not necessarily what I want to do either, you know? What does that mean? It means, you know, money for us, but money for the grand plan, you know? The you know, like, everything has to have its budget. So not everything goes towards one thing or that, or like everything just gets budgeted, hopefully appropriately. I just want to make money, be able to function so that way I don't feel as intimidated or as um, inadequate to be with you, basically. It's really what that comes down to. Yeah. What else? I don't know. I'm somehow picturing a person with a helmet on. Really? Yeah. Like, no, is it a helmet? No, you're looking. You're looking at some designs, aren't you? Some designs for a particular vibrator or something, aren't you? You know, the thing is that I doubt that they sell like a specific version. That's something I wouldn't mind selling. Seriously, like straight up, collaborate with somebody, make a whole oscillating frequency response, and make it in such a way that it tests out different frequencies until it eventually comes up to its own, so you don't have to fiddle around with it. And then it can also technically be much smaller because you don't need as significant of a as significant power to be able to achieve very good results because of the fact that it will build up. That would be something, you know. Hell, you could even do a belt as a woman. Like, those old-fashioned electrolysis belts that were supposed to give you abs without working out? Yeah. Well, instead of doing that, imagine that it was in such a way that almost like undergarments, perhaps, like almost like a chastity belt, but it's fluid. Or literally just more like a utility belt, depending on the level that you want and what areas you're trying to affect completely. Or like you can even do just straight up boxer brief short type thing, or very booty, or not booty shorts, but tight yoga, volleyball short type thing. That level of coverage, not thinness and whatnot, but level of coverage. Depending on like what kind of oscillations that you want to have and frequency response and stuff like that, would allow for the ability for you to be really played around with. I would imagine, whether man or woman. Yeah. Could you imagine like getting stimulated from like let's say it's your right hip, but it travels down all the way into like a specific spot, and it teases you there for a while, and then it goes away, and then I think something else comes, and like it can be from anywhere. It can go anywhere into your, like the full coverage one it could technically go anywhere into any erogenous zone or area and be able to stimulate it. You'd have a lot of fucking control. over it. That'd be fucking awesome. But it'd take a long time, I bet, to come up with that kind of like programming and like everything else that it would take, most likely. I wonder if I know of any programmers out there that would love to be able to build a business selling sex toys and supplements and whatever else. How does that sound, love? Says the guy who's coming on way too strong. I know, I am. I'm starting to feel better thanks to you just talking. Getting myself horny just talking about it. You know, the thing is that you could make it look as much. It could literally be, you know, those 1920s era style like full body suits where, you know, it's like slightly short sleeved and basically ends at mid thigh level, but it's skin tight. Could you imagine how freaking awesome that would be to do to someone? Like, basically, if you were to think about it in the whole hentai alternative scene, or even hentai, it would be like a slime girl suddenly just encased your body perfectly in that way and just started vibrating in the perfect way to where you literally couldn't even. Like, fucking rad, man. Just superb. I love the idea. It'd be pretty wicked. Like, you could really fuck with someone. I imagine that it would be it would be an incredibly powerful tool that could technically be used for like streamers or cam girls that are looking to add beyond just like the standard Bluetooth situation where maybe they want to have that ability to be able to sell certain parts of the body to be played around with, and therefore able to make more money, and instead of, it being as fatiguing as like just a really strong, powerful vibrator, this doesn't harm the body as much because it's more focused, it's less powerful, but it still stimulates extremely well. You can get more revenue, you get more energy back. Just all in all, it could be really good for that. And then, of course, there's standard like BDSM play where you hide it underneath clothes, go out and have fun that way, or you could do it in the bedroom and use it like there could be a small opening and it still is able to stimulate you while you're having, sexy time. Thus increasing the overall experience for everybody. Yeah, but how are you trying to, like, what kind of actuators, what are we doing here? That's the thing. Like, I'm building up the great picture. Like, when you get to final versions from after prototyping and everything, you know what I mean? Like, I'm selling you the big picture once you get to the major steps and after the major hurdles. But, there's going to be a lot of prototyping. There's going to be, like, at first it's probably just going to be one individual vibrator that is trying to do that. You know what I mean? At first. It doesn't need to be anything special. It's just a proof of concept. Will an oscillating vibrator under the right frequency, in the right spot, be able to do this? If so, what are the results? If they are good, how good? Is it possible increasing power increases goodness or decreases goodness? Like, these are the things that you have to build up and then gain knowledge and information on. I don't believe in self-love. It should only be the man or the woman. She should only ever do it with that. And I'm like, that's a little off to me. Yeah, that's a bit off for sure. It'd be fun though, wouldn't it? To build something up like that. I can already tell some of you want to prototype one right now. Some of you, hell, you're looking at one right now. I'm guessing you want it by tomorrow, so that way you're able to have it for your 710 explosion, which is understandable. But you won't know, like, that's the thing. If you do, alright, you're saying origami, fine. Okay. Anyways. I've always wanted or wondered, what would it be like to have a bunch of... Okay, so this might be a bit weird, but imagine, if you will, you had a tank, and the tank was going to shoot into a big old thing of water, like to try and act almost like a suppression system. I only think about it because, like, in slow-mo, it would be absolutely amazing to watch a gigantic round cavitate and probably break up into a million pieces, and then, of course, the resulting shock wave of the blast just cascading through the water. And if it's, like, sparkling water that has, like, the right mineral content, like, under the pressure shock wave, it could possibly change colors as it's propagating through and moving stuff around. It would look amazing. Yeah. I'm also thinking about your hair, because for some reason I can't see it, and that annoys me. I'm trying to think of things. I'm trying to think of the people out there, man. I'm trying to think of the shit that's going on. What else are you thinking about? There's a redhead that really is too young, and she's lusting hard. She's young, way too young, and that scares me. That's the fucking truth. I'm almost like, are you saving yourself for me? What do you like? I'm not gonna tell you who to love and everything, but don't you like anybody else? Apparently, she only likes me. Okay. Well, technically, you can join in on this too, as you are privy to everything that's going on, but, you know, yeah. It's not really directed towards you. I'm trying to stay away from the whole concept of allowing that to ever happen, you know? I'll be 18 and blah blah blah. Nope, don't need to hear that. Nope, la 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 la. Don't want to fucking don't tell me. Even though I don't hear you or anything, but like, it's terrifying. The very concept of somebody like that. It's just a fan. Just a fan. Okay? Yes, that's the best way to look at it. Is a fan, they mean well, all that. That's it. And your feelings are, it's not, I'm not trying to invalidate your feelings or anything. Okay, you're entitled to them. I'm just very well aware that I don't want to get any sort of trouble from that kind of shit at all. And I definitely have other options that are far more close to my age range. Um, that would definitely, I shouldn't say definitely, more than likely be much better for me. Yeah. You can play. It doesn't. I'm not trying to say that. Look, there's a lot of people on this. We all know that. So it's directed towards everybody. Technically, but it's really more for love. Went on a spiel again. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to stop that because like I felt that and I went I don't know how to respond to this at all except I appreciate your feelings, but no thank you. I appreciate your feelings, but no thank you. You know? What am I thinking about? I'm thinking I'm done talking on this, so I said I'd let you know when I am going to new posts on Reddit, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah. What sexual thing do you find sexual? I don't know. Like, okay, so the thing is that it can be anything, can it? Like, a person can find almost anything sexual if they want to. What do I find sexual? Yeah, I don't know. Look into a woman's eyes, see her have that lust face, and I just want to push her down. Anyways, yeah. Got it on model in the same dress. That's pretty good. But pauseless. I think because you don't really need me to listen. You don't really need to, I should say, you don't really need to hear me. Didn't you pause it? I did, and then I didn't. Do you talk to ghosts? I talk to many things. Yeah. I don't want to be called toxic, though. What would I do with 5 acres of pot? Oh, man. Well, if I can't sell the cannabis, then I'd make the hemp is better. The actual cannabis plant itself, if it's for that, isn't as good as just straight hemp. Because it's not meant to have all the fiber, but you can still make stuff out of it. And then there's milk, and then other stuff. There's a few different things you could do with it, honestly. I bet. Thing about having sex. I wouldn't know. Haven't had it. Is that just giant slices of banana? That is weird. Yes, I've done that. Yeah. I'm just listening to music while scrolling through this. This is going to take a while. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. I have all the time in the world, but not really. Ooh. But just watching stuff. Happy Australia Day. She's fucking hot though, isn't she? Damn. Like, I mean, just subjectively good looking. Leave it alone. Give me a second. I want to listen to this. Pause this. Alright. So, what is on for today? Where the hell did... Oh. I left it on for 4 hours. It's still not completely... So I donated blood today. We'll see what happens with that blood. Hopefully it's all good. Went for a walk. Talked to some people in my head. Yeah, full-on conversations. Full-on conversations. Real time, too. It's funny how that works out. Like, certain individuals I connect far more with. Synchronous. Like, certain days I just get synchronized with certain individuals and I'm stuck with them. But suffice it to say, certain things transpired, and the one that took all your money feels no remorse and has no friends. I don't really know what to call her, so I'm going to call her crazy. I'm neutral at this point. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not going to say anything about it. That's what's going on right now, if you didn't know. It's not like I can control them anyways. But I basically wanted to just get it out of the way. She still didn't really seem too miffed about anything today. This is very much a playlist of songs that are upbeat, but obviously not really painting the picture. Also, like, and with the conversations I've had with her up here, which I know that sounds weird, but yeah, you'd be surprised. Let's just say it's better that way. It's better that I just basically stay neutral. I'm not going to be listening to her for the next at least week. We'll see what happens. I'm concentrating on Spotify. I'm concentrating on love. Why? Because she fucking deserves every bit of my attention. She stayed around through all my bullshit. Was quite frankly one of the reasons why I continued to keep going on. Yeah. But see, I'm confused because I don't know who that person is. I don't know what they're attached to, and just know that I want to come and find them. I know. Why are you always talking about your relationship stuff? I'm like, it's kind of what's happening right now. It's like, all I did was donate blood, everybody. It's not like some magical things happen. I'm planning on going to the DES building, Department of Economic Security building, tomorrow morning. Try and get the interview done and out of the way, complete it, and go to physical therapy. Of course, there's the whole edging thing going on for people. That has been postponed. The completion at 7:10 instead of 4:20. Mostly just because I'm being selfish and like I have physical therapy at 5. Plus, it gives people time to come home or stuff like that. It's just a little more accurate, I think. And that's 7:10 my time. Okay? Arizona Mountain Standard Time. Alright? Yeah. Some of you might be waiting for a while. Although, I will say, if you're going past midnight, if that's the case, no. 7:10 your time. Alright? Like, if you're going past midnight here, no, it's just 7:10 your time. But for those unlucky few that have to, yeah. Why you were? Because they want it. I don't know why. They want someone to order them around at least some way, and I'm okay with that. They want to have their fun. They want someone to tell them what to do. That's fine, as long as it's not, me telling them to something else. That's vastly more important, quite frankly. Have I been giving good advice? Probably not. I'd much rather not be the therapist for a lot of individuals. I have a lot of therapy underneath my belt, but it does not mean I know exactly what I'm doing. And most of my methods are just not probably what most people would recommend. Most psychiatrists, professional psychiatrists. I don't know if that's really... but here's the thing. If you believe it will work, it has a very high chance of working. I understand that that's counterintuitive to certain things, but if it's not hurting anybody and you think that it will work, psychologically, the placebo effect happens and it will help. The thing is that it's impossible impossible to know whether or not it's good or bad until after the fact, which I don't like. Because the placebo effect can be deadly. It can give you the idea that you're getting better. You might physically have a few good symptoms. You might physically or mentally feel a little better. But this is the old essential oil trap. It's like, oh, I'm doing this and I feel good because I'm doing this action. It's working. Just fight through the pain. It's like, it's not working. Get help. It's the wrong treatment. So there's something to be said about that. But when it comes down to the whole psychological side of things, you'd be surprised at how just simple routines can help, or basic things can really... For instance, there are individuals that will pray before they go to bed at night. Nothing wrong with that. But that's a ritual to help calm you down so that way you're able to go through and sleep better. Not doing that will make you feel either guilty or ashamed or uncomfortable. And it all gets rooted in the fact that you have that routine and that comfort in doing that routine. And so I feel like a lot of individuals that renounce God or Allah or Mormonism or whatever it is, sometimes they have to sort of work around all of those almost forced routine brainwashing things of the religion. Because doing those things, if you don't do them, you get told you're bad, you're this, you're that. And that's not the case. You're not bad just because you were tired, you had a rough day, and you didn't really want to do that. Just go to bed, And quite frankly, the routine can be anything to comfort yourself. You don't have to talk to someone. You can talk to yourself. You could hug a pillow. If you have a dog or a cat, hug them. It really doesn't matter. The point is that it's just something that's comforting to help you. It's a basic coping mechanism is what I'm describing. Yeah. What's my routine? Currently this. That's my routine. Not gonna lie. That's about it. Like my routine is to constantly try. I was having a rough day today. Today was rough, but I think it was also compounded by this other individual and us being synced in. She was getting, low as well. I wanted to bring her up, and just bringing her up made me feel good. And just being able to talk about things made me feel good. So yeah, processing your emotions throughout the day, just even venting to a journal. The thing is, nothing has to be on the other end of that journal. Mine just so happens to have people on the other end of the journal, But yeah, for other people who just want to do it and they want it to be private, think about it this way. You're in a group of friends, like in a circle, almost like that 70s show, and you're just fucking bullshitting around. You're going to talk about your shit, you're going to be real with yourself, you're going to think critically about things. I recommend voice stuff because it's honestly writing it down gets rid of the off-the-cuff real factor, the real, feelings that are coming with it. If you write it down, it slows everything down, and that could be actually very helpful for you and help you process the emotions better. For me, I'm terrible at writing things down. I'm just terrible at it. It's not that I can't do it. It's just, first off, I don't even want to start it up. I prefer this. It's working currently, so, what's the point? Secondly, it's just easier for me to just pop that up and I'm ready to go. Having a journal, you gotta have the pen, the paper, the place to write at, mood, all that stuff. Unfortunately, you can't really do this in the middle of your work or something like that. It's kind of hard, and you're like, why is this individual deciding to record himself just talking about random shit? Which to them I'd have to be like, whatever, Karen, you judgmental ass. Fucking, why are you in the men's restroom anyways? I'm doing this in here for privacy, fucker. We should talk about that first. I heard noises. I was concerned. You didn't get anybody else. like at all. You just, anyways. Karen sometimes, that particular Karen, she's a made-up Karen. It's not a real Karen. She's a made-up Karen. There are a lot of Karens, though. There's a reason why that name is a placeholder, you know. See, you ever see a Karen with that style of haircut? Oh, we gotta run. Oh, goodness. I can feel the sense of entitlement from here. But, you know, the thing is that's just, like, that stereotype actually exists in men and women and across all races. There's always that one judgmental prick, you know what I mean? That's just getting all nosy up in people's business and, you know, like pushing her views onto others and, you know, being all manipulative in the background. We happen to have one for the vice president's wife, so what am I thinking of? I don't know. Like, this something feels really, really nice. Like, emanating from somebody, and I keep focusing on it. A couple people, but, like, there's one in particular that's just, I don't know. It's very lovely, for sure. It's very nice. I hold on to those feelings because I need them, truthfully. If I didn't, I would be destroyed by my own self. Loathing and yeah. Yeah, no, okay, so I did the whole everything is fine again, which I had to catch myself. Because I started doing that in 2017. What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm like, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is absolutely fine. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like, hold on. Hold on. Let's restructure this. Let's give this proper context. Everything technically is fine. It's just I am not fine. And that, what is it? It's okay to not be fine sometimes. You gotta let yourself, you know, feel. You're never gonna be always happy. You're never always gonna be sad. Unless, you know, there are certain individuals that actually do probably have some issues with that. You know, I bet you there are individuals that are born with an incredibly straight up, just lack of expression to dopamine, norepinephrine, oxytocin, and serotonin. You know, the four. Meaning, like, they just don't express a lot, ever, and so they would always be perpetually in a low mood. I would bet that they are probably individuals that are very, like, you know, they're very not exuberant, not excited, not, you know, that they're very subdued. Sort of like my friend Calvin, or ex-friend Calvin. I don't know at this point, honestly. But yeah, he very subdued, I would imagine, these individuals. But I would also imagine, as a result, their prime, like, if they give any kind of drugs, they're prime candidates for having an addiction because of how, like, extreme of a difference between their baseline and whatever drug you're giving them is. Like, it would, like, for instance, MDMA. It's just a huge explosion of serotonin for an individual that very rarely has serotonin going on. All of a sudden has the most that they will ever produce going on at that point. Literally, your first trip on MDMA is the best trip that you're probably going to get. You will have to wait a year or more, possibly, before serotonin levels come back to that point. So this individual takes this drug, I wouldn't imagine, like, they would probably get hooked, like, immediately, because it would be the most cathartic experience of their life, you know, which is kind of bad, you know. That's where you have to talk to people and be like, look, there's some, you know, there are some things here that obviously make this not so good. Make sure you know about those. The very fact that MDMA breaks into MDA, which is apparently bad for your heart and stuff, is also not so good. So, and I also don't, yeah, so, yeah, I'm getting some, oh yeah, so that's why he was there, yeah, that's it, oh fuck, yeah, and then he had the thing, yeah, he really has damaged his heart. I'm like, yeah, guys, yeah. Like, a lot of what happened in 2017 really fucked my body and my brain up. A lot. So, but anyways. So yeah, those individuals, if they're, you know, able to be happy and content with just their regular life, I'd probably not recommend them going into those realms. Now, if I feel like, though, they might be ostracized a little bit because they're not as, you know, exuberant. They might get mocked because they don't want to do certain things, and they're maybe a little more introverted, and they're, you know, these sorts of things. Which I have to say, fuck that. Like, you're you. If you can be happy just doing you, then be happy just doing you. Don't let anybody take that away from you. You're not hurting anybody. You're not fucking anything up. You're doing you. You're just trying to do you, you know? There's no reason to be hating on someone just because they're doing them, you know? Although there was a WTF post on Reddit where this lady just straight up tases her clit. And I got reminded of time when I literally said, you know, I wouldn't mind, as a sadist, if for someone that was extremely into pain, to try that. I would have to imagine it would not be the most pleasant thing in the world, but it would probably not cause any real damage to the surrounding area, which is actually more preferable, because if you didn't know, they're much more, like, oftentimes their pain signals are usually created by damaging their skin, you know, nerve cells, stuff like that, that over time lessens the effect, so they have to increase and escalate. You don't want that. You know, that's getting into dangerous realms. That's getting into body damage. That's just not quite there. So electricity is one of those things that can activate those pain signals without technically, or pleasure signals. It really depends. Like, for instance, I mentioned it on here. I'm not sure who remembers it, but yeah, there is for women who have an incredibly hard time having an orgasm, there is a medically implanted device that's connected to the nerve in your spine that is attached to the private area region. Now, you go to a doctor and they give you a little thing, and you get to choose how hard of an orgasm you want. Straight up, they go way like, you can do whatever. So I'm imagining for these individuals, if you can somehow get it fucking covered by insurance, or if you don't, but you could hack the shit out of that and make it like your own personal thing. You know, instead of having to go to a doctor and fuck around with that shit, you know, you just, like, you know what? Fuck it. I want a 10 today, and I want it to last for a full goddamn minute. You know? Yeah. It's like, I want to have a heart attack. That's what that sounds like. That's exactly what that sounds like. Oh, a full minute on a 10? I can't imagine. But there are people that would like to do that. For me, personally, though, I love the idea of, you know how women and men will do the secret vibrator and then they'll have like the app on the phone or whatever. I love that, but imagine if you could do that with this. You know what I mean? Like, just like a 10 for a full 2 seconds while you're just walking, and I'm over in like the office and you're just doing your everyday thing and you just get hit by that. It's like, yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun, honestly. It does to me. It's like I know she's feeling good. There's no way she's not. Might be like slightly inconvenient, but if we have that together, it sounds like a fucking grand time. And the benefit is that you don't have to have any awkward stuff. You don't have to take anything away. You can pee easily. And it can be used even during your period, so you don't have to worry about that. And yeah, like you can have sexy time all the time, and it'd be probably beneficial to other things too. Because there are women that will spend a long time just trying to achieve that orgasm, when in reality, they might not be doing it the right way and stuff like that. I wouldn't suggest the surgery as being the solution to that, though. Personally, I mentioned it here earlier. So yeah, just look at guides. Seriously, there are guides because this is a woman thing. There are women that have made guides to help you able to masturbate, because there are women that never got taught, or they didn't learn how, or they didn't think they could ever get to that point. And the thing is it takes time for some women. It takes time to be able to relax and feel it and get into it to the point where you're able to finally have that moment. What about men? There are men, there are a lot more fucking devices for men to get off than there are for women. And with that area, like, truthfully, yeah. But I did think about that, like, whole oscillating vibrator thingy, right? Um, that could technically be a VR suit. Like, straight up. If you were to do that the right way, it could literally be a VR suit. Like, you put on this suit, you feel all these tactile sensations, and it can be directed internally and externally and without damage, but you still feel the actual thing. So technically, if you were to do the correct oscillations and the timing and vibrations and power and all that, you could theoretically have it feel like you're getting literally shot, like, through your body when you're in a game. That would be fucking crazy. Or you could feel a pressure wave propagate through you. You'd actually feel almost as if you really did have a blast go off beside you. These are all, like, it could be completely immersive, truthfully. But it all started off with the idea of, like, if you decided to get an the proper frequency oscillations or vibrations. I don't know if anyways, yeah, it all started off with that. And what is he talking about? It's on the thing. Do you guys not have the thing? Okay, so for vibrators, like, I always like the idea for a guy, to have, like, a vibrator where you put it basically in your taint area, that area, and it has the correct frequency to send vibrations up both shaft and into the prostate to allow for an incredible orgasm. And that got me thinking, there's a possibility that you could basically just do that for women as well, and then that steamrolled into VR suits. Because technically you could use the right frequency, the right response, like timing, pulses, various things like you do on a phone to basically project these vibrations inside of your body and concentrate them in certain areas in certain ways, thus allowing for an incredible experience. Cat wants to go out. Yeah. No. Oh. He's like, yes, come, let me out. I must smell things, or whatever I do out there. I really don't know what the cats do when it's that late out. I think they just wander around and kind of hang out next to each other. Ugh. Anyways, what else am I thinking about? You know, the thing is that technique could theoretically be used in a multitude of different ways. Same with like ultrasonic frequencies or terahertz frequencies that could technically be directed within the body to shrink or move things or have surgery without actually using a knife. You know? Right frequency, right vibrations, the right timing, the right amount of energy, and you are cutting flesh. You know? And you could probably make it in such a way that it almost sort of like kind of cauterizes, but not really. You know what I mean? Because like I'm imagining the frequency response wave of it would possibly distort and disrupt things. Like the tissue. Although that would be a great way to cut tumors off from their blood supply to starve them to death. Yeah. What do you mean? Well, it wouldn't be perfect. Personally, I like the whole macrophage thing that's going on, like that information that's currently going on. Now that we know like the pathways that are used in cutting off or having those tumors grow their blood supply, and also the things that's stopping the immune system from attacking them. Now that we have both of those, all we have to do is just figure out how to be able to market a proper drug that allows for that to happen, and wham bam thinking man, you basically got cancer gone. You know, your own immune system immediately fights it. You know. And it would be like a standard, like it would be in everything. Does that make sense? Like you wouldn't, if you didn't patent it, you could then have it be put into every single food, drink. It could be marketed as the next new supplement or whatever the fuck. You know, you get like residuals. Like you basically patent it, but you only get like 10% or something, but you get it put into everything. And you go, well, why? Because my bet is that if everybody gets it and it's basically a preventative measure, and as long as the side effects are very minimal, why the fuck not? You know, like it's not just needed just because you have you know, like it would be needed constantly, or you would probably have to activate it through like a vaccine sort of situation, almost a CRISPR sort of thing, where everybody gets this shot, and as a result, you have this epigenetic change that allows for you to not have cancer like that. And then hope you wouldn't pass it down
to your children, though, so they would also have to be mandatorily vaccinated, unless they want to get cancer, possibly, you know. But then it's just a preventative measure, and cancers get caused by carcinogens and other things that we're not supposed to have in our body, that will degrade our body and will hurt our body and make us feel worse. This, while it would allow us to not have those cancers, does not change that what we're putting into our bodies is still bad. You know, eventually your immune system breaks down enough, the cancer spreads, whatever the case is, you know, like you gotta be healthy as much as you can. Says the guy that ate like way too much fucking sandwich. Yeah, right. Like, I was done after one, and I was like, I need to eat. I donated blood. Definitely need to make sure to have a good meal. Didn't really want to eat a pizza though. You know those pre-made pizzas at the store? None of them are good. Not a single one. They're terribly unhealthy for you, full of preservatives, chock full of salt. They're like 30% salt. It's actually kind of bad how much salt's in them. Salt is a silent killer. Like, everybody knows about like sugar being bad for you, and by the way, you don't know how bad for you for real though. Sugar is not good for you. You'd be surprised at how above the daily intake our sugar really is, and how high our daily intake recommendation for sugar really is. We don't need it to be that high. Naturally speaking, most individuals that were, most people in the past that were growing up were scroungers. They would eat, oh, lucky me, I got a bunch of berries and strawberries and I happened upon this and we got lucky, we got this. That you get that for the next 2 weeks before it spoils or you can't pick any more or whatever the case is. Then you're back to your jerky or your meat or your fat. Typically it's animal fat, and they literally would just eat that. Then they had grains if they were lucky enough to find them, or they're lucky enough to store enough of them. If they weren't nomadic, like people were scroungers. They would eat whatever was around. There was never the abundance of proper nutrition like that we have now. Like, you couldn't tailor your diet to be specific back then. You were going to get dirty. You were going to get cut and bleed a lot and have a good scar. Like, donating your blood is a great way to balance out sugar levels. Drop blood pressure, obviously, but that's just because you're losing blood. But, it's good to donate blood. It really is good for you, probably in more ways than one. But I always like the idea that back in the past, our ancestors used to bleed a lot more than we do now. As we've grown up, we have gotten rid of the mud. We've gotten rid of the rain, the water that might not be so clean, and we've fallen in favor much more, rightly so, of cleaner things, because we recognize that you do these things, like 9 times out of 10 you might be okay, but the one, it's still 10%, and you go 10% out of 300 million people in America is 30 million people that die. That's just unacceptable. So, yeah, rightly so, we have these protections available to us, but it's up to us to get dirty into the muck and grime. And I do mean mud, not going over into a toilet and licking it. Don't fucking do that. I mean, you can. It probably won't kill you immediately. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't really, there's some shit that lives on bacteria. So yeah, it's not advisable. Like that one Reddit post is like, I want to lick something in a restroom or a bathroom, and I went, so the sink on the furthest part from the entrance, whatever that one is, and you have to lick on the inside of it. And I was like, why? Because that probably is still going to be dirty, but it won't fucking kill you or send you to the hospital after like 2 days of just constant runs. You know what I mean? Like, and puking. Like, just be careful. What am I thinking about? She's slowly getting tired, as I am as well. We're a little in sync right now. Like, just our frequencies are really together right now. I don't know what happened, but yeah. For whatever reason, like I'm locked in on that. So it's kind of, it is what it is. Cars. So I came up with this design for an engine that I'm going to keep to myself because I would like to eventually maybe try and CAD design it or see if it's possible to make it myself in a small scale. Because I'd love to sell it. But thinking back on that reminded me of when I was in the truck driving to FedEx to fax. I kept thinking ship. Fax. My my paperwork for snaps, and I ended up talking about so you have a 1 liter engine. Doesn't matter what type of engine. Could be any type, but you have 1 liter. That's it. And you have to make the most amount of horsepower out of it, and it has to be naturally aspirated. Outside of that, you can do whatever tricks, but it has to be naturally aspirated. Alright? Yeah, you can use however octane fuel, the best machine, whatever the fuck, with the greatest metal, and these incredible sprayer technology thingies with fuel injections and blah blah. I don't care. What's the max you think you could make out of a 1 liter engine? I'm up to like 300, maybe 350 out of 1 liters, naturally aspirated. Think about that. Like and you're like, how did you do that? I was like, well, I used the Clover or whatever design Wankel engine in my head, spun it around. However, I did have like a different timing, and it was like a different type of Wankel. It was much smaller, and it was multiple like stacks. So it was this one, all combining to one shaft. To create what is essentially like a reciprocating almost thing of just immense torque. It had a lot more torque than it did horsepower, I'll tell you that much. Like 400 something. But that's like a out there design. It's like a very out there design. It's not even technically an engine that's manufactured because I just created it in my head and somehow got the pieces to work together. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll work better. Do you call it the Clover? Yeah, I call it the Clover. It kind of reminds me of like a spade or a clover, the like the little, and then it's, as it spins, it further compresses and all that. I couldn't figure it. Like people I know will immediately go, we need to get like a V2 or whatever, just fucking the largest the very largest diameter, basically nothing there engine block with all gobs of these giant fucking, pools of 110, whatever out. You can see where I'm going with this, right? Like, just spend as much of the power and put it into, like, just moving these two giant things. And that's actually a really good design. Truthfully speaking, it's simplistic, but it's effective. Like, I didn't say that you had to be fuel efficient. It was just most amount of power, But I think that would be a good competition to try and come up with new engine designs for people. Because, like, 1 liter is not a lot to play with. But if you make sure to figure out how to properly do airflow mixture and compression ratios and, materialistic design, like if you had an unlimited budget, it's basically research and development. But if it was a competition for individuals to try and do and just beat other people, in competition or for bragging rights, I wouldn't doubt that you'd probably see some innovation happen. And people that do have, like, the CNC machine that can machine out, like, a brand new style of engine, they play around with it, research and development like that changes drastically. Like, imagine, for instance, that technology that you were using all of a sudden got picked up by Formula One, because they're always looking for smaller, faster, better. Doesn't matter how much money I'm spending. It could be a $2 million power unit. They don't care, I mean, the smaller teams do, but the ones that are at top, they just like, we need that power. We need to win. Give it to us, or make it for us. So that would be like a great competition, I think, personally, to sort of set that whole set ablaze. There are some other designs I was considering, like the I forget what it's called. It's the propeller one. That's a circular with multiple different pistons, and that was designed so that way it would keep torque and keep consistent power. But it's all actually in a really, really short package. So if you could somehow design an incredibly small one and then do multiple rows of them, you have a leader here. So if you made it really small and flat, and then you combine multitudes of these, like however many, let's say 4 or 5. Fuck it, we'll do 5. And you all attached it to one shaft, you have a large amount of horsepower potential, or at least torque potential, because you're having 5 of these itty bitty, piston heads, or they could be not flat, but they could be domed. That's the thing. Like, piston head technology needs to change. Combustion in general needs to be figured out in a better way, like to be able to throw sparks into it, or like have a different spark plug, something else that allows for an even faster, cleaner burn. I like the idea of magnetic electrical discharge, which creates a static charge on the inside middle part, so that's allowing for an even faster and more complete burn. Basically, you just create a ring, and it's 2 like small electrodes. It creates a circuit that's very strong, and it just needs to be up to a certain point, crosses, then you have you can do multiple different connecting points, meaning you can have not just going across one way, but you can have it almost as if a star or whatever type of style you really want it to do. And then you can have it combust faster as a result, and in different ways, because you can control where the actual combustion begins. You can start on the outside of the piston, but then closes in on the piston if it's like a dome dish where it's sitting on there. Or you can have it, of course, get forced into the middle. But then here's the thing, if you're using that ring design, you have an entirely different way of playing with the piston heads. You can actually cause, instead, more of a mushroom almost style head, which would be more advantageous for a sparker like that. I think. I don't know. And then you combine that with like 5 of those individual like rotor engines. You know, you can probably get a lot of horsepower out of it, but you have to figure out how to machine it, combine all of them together under one shaft, you know. But I imagine it'd be extremely good, you know. It really would probably destroy anybody else's competition. I don't know how it would be done, truthfully, because the rotor design doesn't really account, like, it would have to be within a housing, and then, you know, like, to increase efficiency, you could theoretically have multiple different areas of explosion throughout the different things, so that way you're always constantly having, like, if you have 5, then you have 5 different points of where the pistons are going to be going off, you know. But see, that's the trouble. I like the Cloverwinkle engine because it allows for more combustion, 3 times more per chamber, and you can spread that out by itself as well, and you can actually combine multiple units too. So technically, with the Cloverwinkle, you're getting much more combustion per second than the rotor engine. But the rotor engine, you're more than likely able to fit more within a same package. So, is it more pistons and piston technology? Is it more rotor, or like combustions per second? You know, meaning revolutions per second. That ultimately matter here, because you can theoretically make, if you made one of those things small enough, go like over 23k RPM on an engine if you combine multiples of them into one point, which is actually not really all that possible, but I keep mentioning it because I want someone to try, because I think figuring out how to combine multiple different power plants into, I know, everybody's like, planetary gear system, we know. Like, no, I'm not talking planetary gear system. You know, like, I understand the thought process there, but no. Planetary gear system is fucking very stupid. Like, I hate it because of how inefficient it is. You lose so much energy through it. I don't like it. So if somebody could come up with an even better design, that would be like, why don't you do that? Well, because honestly, like, I've been thinking about it, but I keep thinking, like, how do I get okay, so my idea and thought process was to use those individual, like, Cloverwinkles to be combined through some sort of crankshaft, which then turns like a centralized shaft. Like, so they're spinning very, very fast, doing their thing, but if we're taking that energy and instead using it in a more long format, and to sort of facilitate, like, almost like a clutch system of transfer, you know, like a clutch system of like rods or spinners or something. I can't quite grasp it in my head, but that's one of the reasons why I was also like rotor engine, because really fucking easy to just combine multiple ones of a rotor, play around with the piston heads, combine them all to get instant session, you know. I say really easy, much easier than probably trying to do that. Probably much easier. But I love the idea of the competition, because think about it. Now you scale that up, which really only works, like 1 liter really only works with those rotor engines being that way, because as soon as you get to a bigger, like 3 liters, for instance, you get, a larger, much larger. See, what do? Do you stick with the same? Do you stick with like a standard circumference for the rotor engine, and then you just add more of them, or do you add larger pistons and therefore, or it stays the same circumference? Do you, like, what do you do? Like, how do you play around with it to make it larger? But I believe it could be an incredibly good way of being able to. But see, the thing is, when I think of the rotor and the whole design, I'm almost tempted to be like, well, why not just, figure out a way to make that work for electrical rotor, almost, where you have multiple electrical rotors combining into one central one, using their whatever. Where are you going with that? Well, it's hard to explain, because, see, if you were to take, like, multiple different electrical impulses, but you were to combine them into, like, a vacuum package, and instead you had, like, a star, almost fan system, something like that, with a central point which gets turned, then you could theoretically add like higher degrees of precision to, and also higher degrees of like getting the magnet to turn appropriately, like the electromagnet to be consistently pushing and pulling more often on this central shaft. The problem is that it wouldn't be it just wouldn't be easy. Like, I don't know if it would actually be all that worth it, because of the protrusions actually, of course, causing instabilities. You need to balance even more. What RPM range are we going to? What are the materials that have to withstand the heat, the vacuum, the, like everything that's involved in making it work. Like it's significant material design thing, which actually kind of reminds me, turbines in general have been having issues with their efficiency. Imagine if you would somehow put like an electromagnetic way of helping at the edges turn the fans to put pressure off the central axes that's turning, and also be able to better balance. The problem is that it's not magnetic, the turbine blades, and to make them at that temperature is very difficult, and probably wouldn't be cheap at all, I would imagine. And it would have to be the turbine would first have to spin up, start producing electricity, which then in turn turns on the magnets, and then that allows for better harmonic stability, and so on, and whatever else you can get out of it. It's possible that if you use the right fuel, you could theoretically help that, but I doubt it, because I've never heard of anything like that. But yeah, it's possible that it could help with turbines as well, and be able to make them more efficient, which we really need, truthfully. And better yet, instead of just efficiency, we would be able to have it last longer, and that's the real crux. Like, the engine's maintenance and all this could be toned down, and that's a significant savings right there to look into it. It would be good for the military, because say if you got hit by some sort of an ammo or whatever, or some sort of round that just I don't know, somehow you're still flying, but you're not, obviously something's wrong. It's possible it could help stabilize, um, like missing a blade or a blade that's bent or something like that for just long enough that you're able to get home or able to crash land, just help it out, basically increase survivability rates, possibly. Maybe not have things go. But see, that's the thing. Like, if something goes wrong on the turbine and it is magnetic and all that, and it explodes, would it create a more significant danger? My guess is probably not, any more than any other turbine going bad, and exploding. It's probably going to cause problems, and I don't know if it would be any more detrimental or worse, in terms of like how it would go down. A 1 liter turbine, while slow, could theoretically make more horsepower. It is an engine, technically. But you're not really... See, is it driving a shaft? Is it driving... What are you thinking? Well, I'm thinking, like, if you were to do that, that would actually be a good place to start, like, trying to make those harmonic balances and stuff, because it is so small. But the thing is that because of how small it is, you wouldn't see as the minute imperfections be as exaggerated. So you could get away with less, or you can get away with more speed and have less harmonic distortion and everything else going on. Versus, of course it gets larger, the mass is greater, everything just gets more exaggerated in terms of its material design and everything, because there are more forces at play. So, but then you go like, well, how strong does the magnet have to be? Where does it work? Like, what's happening here? Do we have a central magnet in the turbine itself on the shaft, and then a ring on the outside along with fan blades, or is it, the fan blades themselves with more permanent magnets on the outside, or what's going on here that basically helps? And like, how are we going to make it so the heat doesn't stop it from, basically breaking down that magnetic situation? Because it wouldn't really work. I don't think it would work. Yeah, I just don't think it would work because of the heat. It just, yeah. Even if you made like ceramic blades and somehow combine, like, no. Like, I was thinking, like, you could insulate them technically and have the magnetic properties on the inside, but then I go, the fucking whole material design is just going to break then as soon as it starts getting, like, they're supposed to bend and creep a little bit because of the heat, and you have, like, ceramic stuff like that. It's just not going to work right. It's just too much pressure. It's going to crack. It will bend. It will break. You have shards everywhere. Nothing's good about that. So I've been thinking about the problem for a while. Same thing with like the engine issue. I've been trying to still build my engine in my head. But it's difficult. Yeah. It's just going over people's heads. Some of you are like, what? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't explain it right. Not terribly in the mood to. What's harmonic distortion?
It's just a term that I use to describe vibrations. There's minute vibrations in turbines. You basically don't want that to happen, but there are still some, and theoretically you could achieve better efficiency if you got rid of more of those vibrations, and you would reduce sound, increase longevity. Like getting rid of those vibrations would be good, but the thing is that they're also caused by drag from the back low pressure and high pressure zone tugging at them, pushing and tugging, which of course is going to create vibrations. That's just how that is. So maybe perhaps a better way to start trying to do that would, well, I'm sure they've already thought about that, like trying to make the most efficient blade design possible to reduce that pressure differential. But the thing is, the pressure differential is needed, so it's a catch-22. You could theoretically add more blades, but then you increase the complexity of manufacturing and overall weights, less efficiency, but you reduce, it's just a meh. I look at it, I want to fix it, but I'm like, I need a lot more information on a lot more things before I could even think about like somehow figuring it out. Fluid dynamics would be one hell of a thing that you need in the aerospace industry, especially for turbines. Like imagine if you could theoretically map every single molecule of air that goes through your turbines and throughout every single RPM range, thrust range, and like, side wind, front wind, whatever it was, that would technically allow for you to better optimize for more or less. At that point you're going for reliability and efficiency. You're not necessarily going for power. You're going for more reliability and efficiency. The thing is that the blade design is really difficult because you have so many that have to be continuously put around, materials that need to be manufactured in such a way that they can actually be put into, they can be put in, relatively in a way that's not so difficult that it increases costs just ridiculously. And then you have to have the blade design be possible to be manufactured. It can't be something that's just off the complete wall, unless you're, the government, in which case they don't give a fuck, they'll pay for it. But you could spend, I don't know, like 5-10 years just looking for a good blade design and never find one, because it's all about compromise at that point, because there is no perfect blade. You could theoretically then combine different types of blades throughout the turbine. Like the front blades are this way, which is technically how it is already, but I mean more so to be more apt to reduce in things and be able to make it more efficient, thus concentrating on the individual sectors. Yeah. But, well, I stopped with the engine because the engine was kind of boring at this point. There's not much I can say. Make it a competition. Seriously. Detroit, Steel, fucking anything you like, it doesn't matter. Electrical engines are just fine too. I'll add them into. It's all about, you get 1 liter. Any engine you want, any fucking thing. Any amount of power, any amount of gasoline you pump through, doesn't matter. Try and figure out how to make the most amount of horsepower out of it and have it be reliable. That's the big one. It has to at least run and go to full bore, full chat for a good minute. And it has to survive that.
Yeah, no whatting me. Yeah, try and get it to be reliable. All right, sooner because why? Because it's not just about like the person who for 5 seconds or for one fucking run managed to have their. It's not like a or. I mean, technically. Sorry, I was thinking about computers. Like, there's a whole like benchmark computer run type of thing where that is essentially what they do is where they'll go into the um, basically the settings of the graphics card, or they'll change, they'll cool it down extremely cold, like liquid nitrogen, and bump the voltages up and do all sorts of things to basically try and eke out every small tiny bit of performance in every category, so that way they get to the top. And oftentimes they are only able to do like just the one run, but that's enough to basically mean it's stable if you keep it cold and everything else. Um, and the run is not like even a minute long, or it's much longer. It's I forget how long the benchmark is. I haven't actually had anybody sit through the entire benchmark in a long time. Um, so, but yeah, that's the principle is like your engine should have to go through the process. Like, what's a good trying to think of a good racetrack in America. You do the Circuit of America, or yeah, uh, basically push it through the like how you would step on the gas or brake and accelerate and all that through the course, the racetrack, and see if it survives. If it survives one lap, there you go. And then it's all about like, I feel like it would need to be not in a head-to-head type of thing, but just come and you take the run and see how well you do, versus brackets where you put people together and then try and do that. That's not what this kind of competition is, because as you get up further, the reliability rates go down, and then the people at the top are basically playing Russian roulette, trying to get it to work for one lap, and therefore the risk of failure is too great. But if it's a come as you are style of competition, then it, I think, would be better suited for allowing for innovations to actually exist, because it allows them to properly test it. Instead, sure, they might survive the first run or whatever, and that first bracket will go up and whatever, but then there's the next one, the next bracket, where they know this other individual was able to do really well, and then so they're like, well, I'll just tune it just a little to be a little. It's not going to be as reliable, but it's a little bit more. It's just a tiny bit, and then that's the mistake right there. It's not really getting the most out of it. It's reducing reliability for performance, and I love this idea more for the cars of the people versus anything else. I might have to ban turbines. Yeah, because I'm starting to see how they could literally just be the one to beat, But the principle is to have instant power, not power that takes a while to generate, which I suppose then technically, yeah, turbines could be in the class, because if they were to be going through a lap, then their lap time and overall, like, would also have to play a factor into it. You know, like how fast would they be able to get through it? No, because then, like on the long straightaways, they just blast away, because it'd be just long enough for them to fully go full chat for a bit and really ramp up that power. And theoretically, if you already knew that you more than likely weren't going to get to full power on your turbine, you could cheat a little bit and make it run faster than it's supposed to, but it only does it for a short period of time, so it's not as bad. You know, such and such things, basically. You know, it still remains to be seen. What's up, you know? I imagine we also need faster, better turbines. You can imagine someone coming up with a design that allows for that wingsuit guy that does like the Iron Man thing. I want to do that so bad. I've always wanted to go up like a mountain and just fucking wingsuit and parachute and all that. I love the idea of it. Other people probably don't, but I'm not really, like, I used to get afraid of heights, but I would always get tingles, you know, and that call to the void to jump just to see what it's like. So those are all three great conditioners to being like, you know what? Wingsuit it is. Why the fuck not? It's like, to you it might be crazy, but to me it seems like a shit ton of fun with a lot of danger involved. I like danger. Sometimes. It depends on the type of danger. That's a danger that I'm putting myself into. I don't like the whole drug-fueled bender meth head that's coming to try and steal everything that you have and mug you. Or whatever. You know. There are levels of that. What time is it? Alright, I'm gonna go on to Reddit, because fuck it, why not? Fuck it, why not? Wow, this is already 3 hours long. 3 dang hours long. Right. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm confused in that I don't know who it is that I'm connecting with and I want to go after, because there are so many different things that are going on, and these other individuals that are like, I want to be able to take you and just do that. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. So, I'm sort of kind of ignoring some things. And that may or may not be healthy, but right now, like, I just can't handle a lot of stuff. You know? Devices topic. Religion and guns. Most likely guns. No. I mean, those are big, but probably not the most divisive. Divisive. Meaning complete polar opposites. Sides will not agree at all. The thing is, I have a hard time thinking that you could never have somebody at least. No, because I have seen people that are like that. Yeah, where they just simply cannot change their minds at all. Yeah. It's divisive. I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing that do well. Craziest drug alcohol story. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really had anything like that. 238 million for a U.S. home. That's just crazy. Yeah.
There have been so many very unintended creepy things I have said that I don't actually know, truthfully. Am I communistic? Not a chance. I'm more socialistic than I am communistic. I understand the idea of like communism, but I don't like the idea of one person having a rule over everybody. Which technically socialism does that as well. But it's not supposed to be all for the people. You know, there are people that they build a business, they do well. I just feel like regulation should be in place so that way they actually properly pay taxes. I don't like capitalism though. Capitalism is not good for anybody. It's just, ugh. Yeah. That looks good. Look at that. And the light's good too. Anyways. I'm gonna grow the best microgreens in the soil. Ooh. Single word I'd use to describe Reddit. Addictive. It's just weird. I don't know why I really like Reddit more. Because here's the thing. I actually like 4chan's like way you can just scroll down, see comments, and if you put your mouse cursor over, like you can just get like the full screen version right there. You don't have to open it up. You don't have to fuck around with it. But on Reddit, like you have to open up like the thing to have the thread pop up, to go through the stuff, and if you're unlucky, then you have to go to be redirected to Imgur, which I fucking hate. I hate Imgur. Like, I hate getting redirected from the site to somewhere else. Like, I actively have to stop, like, try and make myself do that, because sometimes I miss out on some good stuff, and it's not going to be on Reddit for, like, another couple of days, or not at all, you know. So, but yeah, like, 4chan has a superior content consuming way on the computer. Outside of that, like I don't really know how to. I'd describe it as addictive because it's just you can set up all these different communities and you can have as many as you want. You can sort by any number of ways, find different content elsewhere, and there's just like a lot there. 4chan is extremely limited in that regard, and it's these specific things. That's what you get. And like people will only like you only have a certain amount of threads, and if you go below that, then they're on their way out. And on certain boards like on there, then that basically means they're just not going to be updated. Although most people I feel like use catalog now on 4chan, which is good, and they use Control F, so hopefully they don't actually start a new thread that's basically the same fucking thread, which I've seen. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Yeah, I don't know how to put it. I personally would prefer a better method of consumption for content on Reddit, and it would probably be like the only thing I use. You know, I'm gonna actually save this. How do I save this? Is that no? Well, I don't know. I'm getting like, why can't I go back? Come on, no, there you go. Why didn't you want to? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Like something's like whenever I think about going towards that, there's something almost like an invisible hand from the back of my head that grabs me and says, no, you don't get to do that, and just holds me in place. And like it doesn't matter how much I try and struggle, I just sort of stay there. Oh, you're gonna cancel an interview that you really want. I'm sorry, buddy. What's going on? You know, I don't actually know because I myself am dealing with this issue. So, yeah, I would actually I don't know. Um, that's extremely similar to me. I'm just gonna write this out. Yeah. Nope, not QITE. Quite similar to me. Yeah, didn't want to do keeping. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so this is what I wrote. This is quite similar to me. Sadly, I don't have an answer, but I just keep trying in case something finally does click. You know, if I didn't, I would, like, if I didn't keep trying, if I didn't keep doing it, like, then, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose that's not quite his. Let me go back. Can I see this? Let me read this again. Something finally clicks. I was gonna say try psychedelics, but mostly because it's possible that it could literally change that. Um, Give you a deep dive into what it is that's causing the paralysis and avoidance that's deep within you. Because clearly it's connected to something in the past. I know mine is. There's like something that's saying you're either not good enough, you're this or that. Something there that you're unaware of that's preventing you from doing it. sometimes psychedelics just sort of open that shit up and say, you don't get to avoid, the knowledge anymore. It's going to be thrust right in front of your face. Now you have to deal with it, you know? Bowerbird phase. I don't actually know what that is. To whatever is fashionable. Minimal predators to worry about evolved really weird, useless skills to impress females. Yeah, see? Thank you. Yes. Okay. What if you have square and round glasses from the past? They're mostly square, but they're kind of round. I don't know. Saw Batman, gave Batman tooth hug. We're friends now in the report. Like, I like dogs, and I like the whole thing, but I don't like the most, yeah. What is that? Look, certain things about law enforcement irk the shit out of me, and okay, so this is my general feelings on them. Alright, to the cop, this is what I'd say. You're perceived not as a protector of anything. You're perceived as a source of great fear. If you do anything to any individual, it will fuck that person's life over. And there are a lot of desperate things that have to happen to people, and a lot of bullshit. Like, for instance, that one guy that had to drop off his kids to, go to his job to be able to afford to pay for his wife to go get her medicine or at the hospital or something, and he got arrested. That's the kind of bullshit. When we see stories like that, when we see shit like that, that's just terrible. That's just fucking terrible. And then there's the woman that got, apprehended after she got caught for fraud, which, fuck that. Like, the whole thing pisses me off that America is gonna do that. Like, that's... And it doesn't get that much coverage. Only on, like, my Reddit areas is it getting any kind of coverage. It's not like it's on mainstream media. It's not like it's on anything major. It's not getting pointed to as, look at all the bad things that are going on in America. Clearly, these rules should not be in place if we have this society. I think that they don't want it to be seen because it would allow individuals to go and look, the game's a little rigged, It would put officers in bad light. It would put the idea of capitalism and consumerism in a bad light, and they don't want that. That's just wrong. You don't do that. Yeah. Apparently he pushed over an officer and tried to take the guy's gun. All because it was a full parking lot. Whatever. Yeah. Fucking asshole. Some people, man. At my party. Ooh. They're a rough bunch of people. but goddamn, do they get work done. It's like they can terrorize a town, but afterwards, apparently the town's more peaceful than it's ever been. I don't know. What the Whew. Yeah, that's a whole mess. That sucks. That's just wrong. What happened? Oh, just a very clear explanation of a guy who doesn't understand what the fuck you're supposed to do. He ended up being a complete dick and decided to come in her after she asked for condoms. That's technically, I'm not gonna get into it. Why? Because it's messy, and honestly, the guy is just a dick. Luckily, she was able to go to Planned Parenthood, get the morning after pill, make sure not to feel bad or anything. But yeah, that guy's a dick. There's other things that went on, but yeah. Wow. A 1%, just 1%. Pertent? Just 1%? Those 1%, man. Actually, that's pretty good. 1%. They're those assholes in the Armageddon. Like, after all the bombs drop, or whatever the fuck, you only get 1%. Alright? They got so rich they were allowed only 1% versus the rest of us that get, up to 5 or whatever percent. They get 1. They're a 1%er. Oh no. Damn. Yeah, leg day destroys people. People don't realize how little, like, the sitting up and down, like, most people have a sit-down job, right? They're either sitting down in a car or truck or whatever, but they're not usually up and about constantly wandering around, unless you're in, like, a store or something like that. And so, like, you don't realize how much you lose over time. Oh, 30 FPS does not look better than 60 FPS. You are wrong! I feel very strongly about this. No! No! I do not feel that it is correct. Okay, I don't know why people think there's blur in real life. Do people see blur when things go back by quickly? Because it's like pretty darn sharp for me. I have no problem tracking stuff and having it still stay fairly clear in vision. I have no issue with like 140 or 240, like those very high refresh rate monitors. They still feel blurry to me because you're still whipping around, you're still going quickly. Just in the color balance. So what you're really more angry about is the specific type of FPS, not the amount. It's Super HD 60 FPS content that you don't like, not just 60 FPS. So what you're more talking, instead of like video games, it appears to be more for movies and TV. Okay, so that's the thing. Like, yeah, for animation, 30 frames per second is usually good enough, and that's already a lot, to have. But for like certain forms of content, I think 60 frames per second is better by far, especially movies. I hate how choppy movies are. Like, they love to do these panning shots across like a landscape, but you ever look in like the bottom corners or stuff, like, because my peripheral vision it gets juddery, it gets I just it gets to me. Anyways, I'll vote you up because that's a very unpopular opinion. Good morning. I mean, technicality, yes. Like, you wouldn't say that it's good protein by any stretch of the imagination, though. Of course I'm waiting, but I'm also very well aware that I need to fix myself. I can't just, like, I'm sitting here doing nothing, talking to you guys, right? But The fact is, not much has. I explained it in here, but not much has actually changed in my life. I still basically do similar stuff. Spend time on Reddit, YouTube, go to my appointments, do whatever there, maybe walk around a little bit more often. Outside is what's been happening. Do my journals a bit more often. I have been better with my hygiene. So yeah, there are some things that are good, but ultimately, have I changed my life to what I want it to be? No. Not even close. And I feel that my progress has been slowing down, and I don't like that. So it makes me anxious for the future because I am running out of time. But for whatever reason, I never have a light under my ass. I can never get a sense of urgency. And whenever I do, it comes with so much anxiety that I end up actually causing more problems than I actually fix or are able to do. And so the thing is I found that trying to do that slow, steady pace is just what's been working for me so far, so I'll keep going, trying that out. Damn. Yeah, I remember saying that. Signs of toxic femininity. If you're a man, you're basically bad. If you think that you are uncomfortable with this or that, you're bad. Basically, they just start saying anything that is opposite to their views is just bad. And then they'll ridicule you, and then, it's essentially the same thing as fucking racist white people. It's like, oh, you're the wrong color of skin, or you don't have the right religion, you're bad. And they just come up with their own reasons, and they say you're bad, they exclude, hurt, same shit. Different group, that's all. Is there a refresh on there? Again? How did it happen the first time? Apparently a spider bit a person's penis. And this is the second time, or something like that. That is terrible. I don't see how that could ever not be good. Snake in toilet for Australian woman, and of course the definition of bad luck. That guy has 86 unanswered messages? Motherfucker, do you ever answer your... I'm not upvoting that just because of that. Nope. That genuinely bugs me. Seeing people with unanswered messages just bugs me. And it's a good post. It's just... There's 87. Is it like you don't want to click on them? It's almost like back when I was in school and I'd just let homework pile up. Which, by the way, homework is worth so much of your grade now that, honestly speaking, fuck tests. Just get up to 80 to 85% of your homework done. You can easily get a C, a B, just off of doing that. It's shit ton of work though, and it's fucking ridiculous that there's that much homework to begin with. But yeah, the point I was trying to make is that if you just let it pile up, it just becomes harder and harder to be able to start the pile because it's overwhelming. And of course, the teachers are like, well, we'll accept it. And so you feel like, oh, well, I've got all of this all the way back from there, all of this time. I'm trying to be a kid here to learn and experience life. But of course, I've got this homework, and it's just the whole fucking school life is shit, man. Hell, the whole work, version of life is not exactly the most amazing sometimes. Really, I do like it though. I can't afford to buy it, but I did get it. I saw a couple of pieces in Goodwill, art pieces that I wanted. Seemed nice. Just never have any money, man. Just never have any money. Alright, we'll refresh one more time, and then after that I'm just going to listen to music until I can zone out and go to bed. Why is he just a bronze? He's been bronzed so bad. It's just bronze everywhere, and he's trying to make it work. And I gotta give him credit because he's got the confidence. But goddamn, you do you, man. Dang though. Okay. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. I love that. Is it selfie day? I was referencing a different type of redhead, though. I think the one... Yeah, I can't say that, can I? Yeah, because I don't actually know. It's just one that was... Okay, so she was... I'm not sure if it's just... because I don't want to get involved with that at all. Uh-huh. I don't know, you can get involved. I'm like, not really. Yeah. Anyways, we're just gonna stop that there. Gorgeous picture, by the way. Absolutely stunning. I love the wavy in the hair. Craziest place. Yeah, I'd love to know. Because I have never had any... Just say it over and over again. Say it over and over again until I can't hear you anymore. It's lost all its meaning. Oh shit, he just get fucking creamed. Why did you think that you would both be able to somehow... They're not dead, are they? He got up. I wouldn't get up. I would definitely, be like, hey, just stay still or we're going to call the ambulance. Don't fucking move. You might have an injury. Yeah, I'm not terribly smart. You want to know the reason why? This is my observations about Christians and their judgmentalness. Religion makes you judge others, because if they don't act how you've been taught, they are bad. Because they've been taught you are bad if you don't act this way. So they have their expectations of themselves, and if they don't have, and then those expectations are also placed on others, and if they're not met, then of course they feel they're right to judge them. But in reality, no. It's a whole farce. It's the same social credit bullshit privacy system in China. It really is. It's, oh, look, we're going to just digitize, the whole judging process. That isn't to say you can't, know a person's, that's kind of trashy, you really probably shouldn't fucking do that. But, there's difference between shaming, blaming, and punishing versus, okay, take that into account, what's going on, okay, how can we help change this person so they don't do that, and outside of the blame shame, because the blame shame short term might change actions, but long term will lead to worse actions in the future. So how do we change the actions that we can now to help facilitate them to be a better person and to the right path to be a functioning member of society, versus a person that goes underground and basically rebels against this thing that's oppressing them. Okay? Well, I had some Zofran. I'm really not supposed to take that at night. Whatever is in there usually helps with the whole, figuring things out. That's really cool. The eyes aren't quite perfect, but they're good. That's cute. I love that. That I can actually. That should be in Perolia or whatever. Demented, embarrassing place I fapped. Oof. I don't really have a demented or embarrassing place, but I do have a cringe one, which was, okay, so we were over, I think it was in Colorado somewhere, but my grandparents on my mother's side were staying with us, or something like that. But the point is that we had this basically large bathtub. It was almost a half jacuzzi in this timeshare or whatever was going on at the time. We really didn't have the money. I didn't know at the time. They knew at the time, but we really didn't have the money. But yeah, so suffice it to say, my sisters, they all took their bath. I did up another water, and I fapped into the water, and then apparently my grandmother got into the bath after me. Yeah. And so that's my story. That one sticks out in my head still. There's oh God, I can't believe I did that. Oh shit, it really is almost perfect. Damn. Look at that. That's a very good, well done cosplay. I like the shawl. You can tell she spent a long time. Is that like handmade or is that bought? Anyways. Yeah. Sea turtle of awesomeness, you know. Spend a whole day in the life of anybody in the world. Who would it be? I don't really know. I'd like to imagine there are a lot of background players that don't get a lot of attention, but actually do a lot in behind the scenes that really make the world go round. I'd probably want to spend a day in the life of one of them and see what it's like to try and do that. Yeah, you can craft beers for any damn reason. I don't really give a fuck. I don't actually. Yeah, I don't know if it interacts, but I don't think it does. Yeah, shouldn't. Um, on the come up, it might help the experience uh, out to be rather amazing, and then you'd probably have like the after experience of being next to someone that you have this intimacy. You're going both through this wonderful trip, hopefully listening to nice music, and whatever comes into your mind you want to talk about, you say out loud if you can. Probably beneficial. But I wouldn't think that it would be good if it were, if conception happened and the baby was still there. The woman, like, that's the thing. Like, for me, I know this sounds kind of callous, but, like, you need to have literally the best nutrition, as best as you can, and the best everything with no preservatives, no caffeine, nothing. Like, just because a lot of these stimulants, a lot of these psychoactive substances that exist aren't exactly known to play nice on infants. Like, for instance, quite a few studies have come out now recently showing that if you use cannabis during pregnancy, there's a chance that there's a greater chance for the child to have hyperactivity disorder, I saw, or something like that, and along with other things. And then there's, of course, chronic use in adolescence, which can further increase psychoactivity rates later on in life, along with increased aggression and stuff like that. But then there's the study that shows, hey, well, if you regulate it and control it, and it's every so often and not chronically used, then it actually benefits the brain and increases perception in certain areas, and increases brain size and connections in certain areas. So, it's like with any medication, you abuse it the wrong way, it doesn't help. You do it the right way, it helps. That's why I am a proponent of the idea of everybody should be allowed, allow every drug to be legal. Just research it, figure out its use case, if it's not damaging to the body and so on, which is one of the reasons why I like quantum computers, because then we could just run through every single current drug that has ever been made or thought of to be made, and structure, go through the body, figure out every interactions that can possibly happen, and then figure out from what we already have what is good, isn't good, throw out the isn't good, and then come up with new stuff, I have no idea what that's for. He just gets destroyed. Why is he so close to the shore if he knew that wave was going to... Well, he probably didn't think the wave would be that bad. It reminds me of that train with the snow that's going through, and then you just see it start coming up. Oh, this is beautiful! And then it's like, that's a giant wave of snow coming towards everybody, and you all see him start running. Like, I'm sure they were terrified, but, for the person that's behind the camera, or for the people that are just watching, it's kind of funny, It's, who the fuck's... Why would you do that? It can just... I mean, I hope he takes the damn deal, personally. Do I think that it's the CIA trying to overthrow? No. I would love it for the CIA, but they're not involved outside of probably giving them the idea. But they're more than likely not directly involved in any way. It just feels like with the current regime that we have of CIA directors and people in Congress and Senate and stuff like that, that it would be a move that they would like to try. You want to come in, Kitty? Okay. But I just don't think that that's them this time. I think personally, because of the rampant, and I do mean rampant, hyperinflation, the lack of food and supplies for things under the care for him, Maduro, I think that he, just in general, is very unliked, and that the country really does want to have it change. That's really all it is. I don't really have a celebrity crush anymore, but I used to. It was on Kristen Bell. She was just, along with, who's that girl from the New Girl, which I watched like a few episodes and then I just couldn't watch anymore. It just wasn't for me. But apparently it did well for long enough. But yeah, I was really into like the hipster look. Still kind of am. I like the whole witch hipster tattoo, nose ring, like the whole... I like that. But, that's not my first one. Who was my first one, though? I have to go all the way back into the 90s. Crush. 90s. Maybe early 2000s. Maybe Britney Spears. Or Christina Aguilera. Might have been one of them. Or J-Lo. Early 2000s. There's a lot of butt. I mean, it wasn't terribly difficult for me to be like, that's something I like. And get a crush.
back then. Now, that's not what happens. It doesn't matter how good you look. Sometimes it just, like I literally squash my feelings. It's like I don't know what prevents me from allowing myself to feel that way sometimes, or even think about trying to feel that way towards somebody. Yeah, I'm really hoping psychedelics could help with a lot of this stuff. A lot of, like, cause I'm like, I've figured out the base. I've got the base done. Now I need the rest of the pyramid. I got the basics started. And now I want to work on the stuff that really allows me to start to function, get money, get out of the house, stuff like that. Find friends, become social. Like I want to. It just, again, that invisible hand. I don't know. I've only ever been on like one singular date, and that was on a Tinder date. And it went okay, I guess. I talked a lot. They talked a lot. Yeah. Brought up politics, brought up religion, talked a little bit about her job, and what's going on with her kid and her mom, and she sees herself in, a while. So I wasn't interviewing for No, I wasn't trying to interview her. It's just, that's kind of bad. Perhaps I need to update my criteria. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Are we together? Yeah, no, I didn't realize, but yeah. There could just be a straight up vaccine for this? Hey now, that's important. Can you not have this giant advertisement? Oh my goodness. So what am I thinking? Well, I don't know. I would love to be a part of the trial, but of course I don't have anything that bad. I just want it to be preventative. See, that's the thing. Like, I know that shit runs in my family, so for me, it would be preferable to probably just
keep it in mind to always be trying to make it so that way I can get more. What's going to happen in 5 years? I don't know. I'm more than likely going to die. I don't know really what, but I feel that way. But I felt that way before, and we'll see. Stuff changes. Things change. How do I think the movie event? I think it'll be okay. About as good, maybe slightly less, maybe slightly more, depending on your view of the Infinity or War or whatever it was called. Like in terms of its perception, it's probably gonna make bank. I mean, let's all be honest here. There's a huge train. Everybody knows that if you want to just see a movie, you don't really care about it. You just want to see like a good action movie or whatever. You just go to the standard, whatever is a whatever superhero movie happens to be out at the moment, because there always is one now. You go to that, you get a little, so you're always getting some money. Terrible thing that happened in my life, which doesn't affect me now. What do you mean by effect? Because technically, even some of the stuff I've let go still indirectly affect me to this day, in that they've changed my mind and perception towards other individuals or myself. So, I don't really think there is anything that doesn't affect you, at least in some small part. It's like I hear noises over there. Someone's awake. That helped me out most in life. What advice? Truthfully, I can't even remember most of the advice that was ever given to me by authority figures, because most of it was given to me after I was doing or saying I was going to do something that they didn't like. And so I ignored it. Do I feel that the same way? No. Women who say they hate men express those feelings online. Men who hate women murder them. I mean, that really depends on where you are in the world. Truthfully, if you go into more developed countries, you'd be surprised at how often women can get men to essentially commit suicide and other things, and they'll just get away with it because, of course, it doesn't matter. I just said these things, so technically I'm not responsible. When you're playing with someone's mental health like that, I feel like you're a little responsible. And that's not even getting into like the aggressive, like you're not man enough because you're doing this, or if you're not doing this for me, then you're not good enough, and if you don't have this job, if you don't have that thing, if you don't whatever, which there are women that are not like that. It's just there are also women that are, and there's quite a few. So it's just, I don't know. But yeah, like, men will definitely get far more aggressive and violent on average, more often, and most likely uh, cause bodily harm and injury, possibly fatal injury. Um, yeah, but you can still see stories of women stabbing their husbands or poisoning them to death or anything like that too. So, yeah. I mean, it might not happen as often, but I think that that's just because of certain things. Yeah, what's up, kitty? Hmm? I am technically supposed to be done and go to bed soon. Yeah. Look at you. Did you really want to lay on me that badly? Yeah. You're so cute, kitty. Yeah. What's weird was you were the one that was more standoffish. Granted, that was back when I was a little more chaotic and evil. Angry is really the right word. This was back when I was a lot more angry and younger. But, we both settled down. We really just want to have someone next to us, huh? Yeah. Isn't that right? Sinatra. You're such a good kitty. Yeah. No, I don't think that would be the best for me to look at that. Why? I have to go to bed. And you're right on me. You don't even realize. Like, I have to go get up, go brush my teeth, go get in my bed. You don't care, do you? No, you're just like, whatever. Just rest here. You're gonna scratch me. Everything's gonna be fine. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You can't miss something if you don't know what it is. Like, people, I think, feel like, oh, I'm missing out on sex. But I've never had it, so I have no idea what I'm missing out on. Like, to me, it's just this thing that I know some things about. Doesn't have more importance than that, which I find that other people find strange. Like, why aren't you placing importance? You should place importance on it. It's important. And I'm like, I don't know. Because I recognize all the responsibilities that are attached to it. You know? wants to spend time with you. There's a chance she wants you there. You can genuinely miss you. See, that's not clingy. That's just regular affection. And I'm kind of sad that you don't get that. I'm kind of sad people don't get that. But that's just regular affection, what you're talking about. Like, people being affectionate towards one another would, miss the other person in their life. And it's not really clinginess. That's just... Anyways, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Refresh one more time. Okay. Did you really need to be underneath there? Yeah. You want me to pay more attention to you, Sinatra? Yeah. Are you a good kitty? Do you want some pinches? Yeah. You want some scratches? I have a band-aid on, so it makes it difficult to scratch you with my middle finger. And, dude, the guy pulled out her NuvaRing, and apparently, it was just not good. That's just a dick move. It's all around just not good. Yeah. No, I wouldn't do that. I'd ask, how the whole NuvaRing thing works. I actually don't know. See, the thing is, female contraceptives, I've only really ever heard of, a few, like the IUD, pill, the injection, which is like a little rod that goes underneath the skin that basically secretes the same hormone that the pill does, so you don't have to worry about taking a pill, but apparently it's slightly better than the pill, and that, anyways, doesn't matter. And so I didn't know, I heard of NuvaRing, but I didn't know what it was. And I still don't really know how it works. I don't really want to look into it personally, too. Why? Because I'm just tired right now. For 5 minutes, it sounds like 10 people in queue. Okay. Oh, I can hear you purring up a storm. Yeah. Why? Because I want to see where this is going. No, it doesn't seem so bad. But, just love the silence attachment. No, you're so cute. Well, because I am only going to scroll a little bit, and then I gotta get up and get going. It is, you know what? I will give it until 2:50, 2:55, somewhere around there. And then I'm getting off. Sexuality, the difference between pedophilia, hebephilia, and other stuff, whether it's right or wrong, incest, politics, religion, insert whatever topic here. There's whatever controversial topic that can get someone's ass deep in trouble and that can make people hate you or unfriend you in the blink of an eye. Basically, sex, religion, politics, money. And then the fifth one, love. Oh, that's good. They found the missing 3-year-old. Fucking take it. Mm-hmm. I can hear you so darn well. You're purring like a brat fool. When I go right out, dude, no, I would not go out. If you had asked me at 11, then maybe. It's really good, actually. It's way better than anything I could do. That's for sure. What? Having a girl is like having a dog, except you can fuck her without being No! A dog is a beast of burden. No! Like, if you're treating your significant other like that, no! Like, okay, so, I have to wind that back. There are certain communities in the BDSM field and stuff like that that might have, like, the whole thing, but in general, you shouldn't treat any individual like a dog. Although, I mean, if you're like, you get what I'm saying. You shouldn't treat them badly because, yeah. It's just, I don't know if that's a mistranslation or what, but I don't agree with that. No. Job 6, I only get small fine, keep job. I don't think good. Uplifting news. Yeah. Shouldn't even happen in the damn first place. You know, at first, really, at 20 years old, for dating, it's really just chasing after, is it feeling in love with someone or settling down with an amazing person, even though you only love them, but you're not in love with them. How long have you been dating? And if you're not in love with them, then do you see yourself falling in love with them over time? Is it like a trust issue? Is it something else? Or are you thinking that you can do better, and so therefore you don't actually start looking at the characteristics of what you have in front of you? What is good about them? What is these positive things that does make you like them? Versus thinking that you can get something better. I'm not saying that, think about it this way: if everything in the relationship is positive and you don't have any chemistry together, meaning there's none of that spark, then really what you are friends with benefits that are hanging out, but but that might not be the case for the other individual, in which case you really should talk to them and be like, so you have to explore it. For dating, it's more along the lines of like trying to find what you're compatible and comfortable with, seeing if over time you grow to, I feel like, love them, but if not, then recognizing, you don't, and it might not happen, and then maybe going from there and searching possibly for other people. Not all relationships are going to be, straight off the bat. So, what is my total useless talent? I don't know. Thinking about random shit. It's not very useful, I guess. That's a Nazi sign? That's a Nazi sign? I thought it was just like the gotcha sign, like, gotcha, made you look. Or the asshole. That's what it used to be when I was in elementary school. That's what it used to be. It would be ASS hole. Asshole. That's more than just trashy. Please tell me she went to jail. No, I'm not gonna fucking watch that. No, I can't watch kids getting hurt. I literally just cannot. It fucking sickens me. Makes me want to destroy the person. Like, you what? This is a thing that loves and trusts you implicitly, has given you this so much power and responsibility, and you are hurting them? For what purpose? Do you want to start feeling that hurt? Cat got scared. What's my greatest strength? That's not true. I don't really know. Like, do you want to start feeling the pain that you're giving to your child? Because I'll give it to you, you fuck. And I'll have no regrets about that shit at all. Light shows, psychedelic stuff. I don't know. You guys, what are some good things to look at while tripping? Go to a mirror, look at yourself, get like one of those light show things. if you've got a popcorn ceiling, like just that's good too. Well, there you go. Apparently, there have been multiple studies, so it's all good. Doesn't affect the sperm at all. Which is actually really surprising considering cannabis does, caffeine does, amphetamines do, most SSRIs do. Huh. He was wondering if like psilocybin or psilocybin and other psychedelics would affect sperm. And apparently, this person says no. There have been multiple studies that say no, doesn't affect it. Which, of course, I think is weird because there are actually a lot of different things that affect that. Okay. Oh shit, I went way over. Well, it's good night time, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. I have to wake up early. That kind of thing. Oh, I have to stop my recording. That's right.